a new far right. Extreme nationalist, populist, neo-Nazi. I mean, these are different terms thrown around to characterize it. Across Europe, including Hungary, the Ukraine, etc. And I would argue there are three elements regarding the varieties of fascism that have come to the fore, which we need to grapple with. It's the relationship to transnationalizing capital and neoliberalism. So what is the relationship between the BJP in power in India and neoliberalism? Okay, it's a very serious question. Its particular discursive elements are very important. So the whole issue against migrants and immigrants, the xenophobia in Europe today, the explicit racism, we need to understand those discursive elements and bring them out. We also need to look again to the link with US imperialism. So fascism is used to manage capitalism, and it's been the case in the 20th century. And despite its anti-capitalist rhetoric and so on, if we historicize it and what happened after World War II to fascism, you'll find that it went into the background, to the shadows, but was never fully dealt with. Actually, a lot of the fascists that came out of World War II were rehabilitated by the West. Okay. My fourth point very quickly is about, it's a pity I've got 6 points, but time is tight. My fourth point very quickly is about when was the ANC's hegemony constituted? Okay, I think this is a very, very important point. And more precisely, when was the ANC hegemony in the context of African nationalism established? When was the ANC's hegemony as a liberation movement established? And when was the ANC's hegemony vis-a-vis the nation established? Because I think these are different moments, and if we are not rigorous about it, we are again going to use hegemony very loosely. And more precisely, when was the working class hegemony established in the context of the ANC's nationalism? Now you have 100 years of the ANC and its politics to look at, okay? And it's clear in brief that the ANC was not hegemonic for 100 years, okay? So for example, in the 20s, it was the ICU and it was Garveyism. It was the Congress movement and alliance in the 50s. It was black consciousness in the 70s. So when was ANC hegemony established vis-a-vis nationalism? I think it's a very, very important question. And I would argue that ANC nationalism really comes to the fore out of the 80s, where you had a mass popular nationalism tied to street politics, direct democracy, participatory democracy, and so on. But that hegemony, I would argue, doesn't last very long. Again, going back to the starting point of this talk, hegemony is constantly shifting and changing. It is not a permanent condition. And I would argue that the high point of the ANC's hegemony is into the early 90s and particularly up to 96. And its nationalist discourses of reconciliation, national unity, rainbowism, and the RDP all feed into that. Point 5, very quickly, before point 6. Okay, which brings me to passive revolution, and the fact that I want to argue that passive revolution doesn't follow this teleological sequence, you know, failed hegemony, then passive revolution. But I want to argue that the passive revolution in South Africa is constituted out of a hegemonic moment, and that it is constituted, and that's the complexity of South Africa, actually. And if we don't understand this shift, if we are not rigorous about the shift, we're going to confuse our terminology. We're going to confuse our analysis. We're going to confuse our analytical categories. And I want to argue that there are certain conditions for the existence for hegemony to change that we need to think about. We need to think about periodizing the neoliberal conjuncture to situate the shift from hegemony to passive revolution. We need to situate and bring into view the shift away from working class hegemony and the disabling and denuding of working class capacities through co-option, through division, to disciplining the working class, which increasingly intensifies after 96, and in that process denying, in this case, the context of South Africa, the democratic corporatist project. The duplicity in the nationalist discourse that comes to the fore. Yes, evoking NDR, evoking working class leadership, national unity, rainbowism, etc., including developmental state discourse, but the duplicity is about, yes, the ANC firing up all of this stuff, but the state actually having a different articulation and a different ideological orientation and makeup. And I want to argue when the state speaks to the rest of the world, when it speaks to the IMF, when it speaks to global markets, when it speaks to the World Bank, the G20, etc., when it fits in, when it fills out its surveillance reports for the IMF and the World Bank, it speaks in the ideology of neoliberalism. Okay, the state ideology and practice is neoliberalism. I think here, Jill, there's room for some debate about this issue. But anyway, the third point to make quickly that you need to bring into view is practices then of globalization from within and externally. And because of time, I'm not going to get into this. And maybe make my final point, which is there's a classification struggle going on in South Africa. And the classification struggle is about the meaning of the EFF and what is it, okay? And on the one hand, you have this notion of it being a proto-fascist force. On the other hand, you have a view that suggests that it's too premature. It's incipient, it's in formation, and in the end, you know, there's kind of paralysis of analysis. But I'm going to take on the EFF thing very quickly because of time. My last point around the whole question of Marxism and racism. And I don't know if any of you read Andile Mtama's article, Class Theory Finally Decolonized. A very big claim made of large in the newspaper. Now, what's at stake in all of this, very quickly, is the question of Marx, and was Marx a racist? The relationship between Marxism and race in South Africa, the question of non-racialism as a defining principle of left politics in this country, and of course the radicalism of the EFF. And very quickly, I just want to say the following things. One, that Marx had a Eurocentric moment in his thought, okay? And I think many of us will agree on that. But he did go beyond that, okay? And there's various aspects to this that can be brought into the discussion. His own engagement on nationalism and the national question in his journalistic writings, his understanding of transition as not being a unilinear historical process and model, and even engaging with other possibilities of transition. On Marxism and race in South Africa, we have over 100 years of Marxism, and it doesn't begin with the International Socialist League of 1915. Actually, Olive Schreiner's contribution is very important when she breaks with Rhodes in the late 19th century, and actually evokes an understanding of monopoly capitalism and the extent to which race is inscribed in accumulation. You also have the development and indigenization of different currents of Marxism in South Africa that take on board race. And the Black Republic thesis of the Communist Party of 1928 is very important in this regard. The development of colonialism of a special type is very important in this regard. The work by the likes of Neville Alexander in the 70s on Azana is very, very important, indigenizing Marxism and placing it in the struggle against racism. So the point to make here is that despite the claim by the EFF that they are bringing a real authenticity to Marxism, I think that's false, based on the history of Marxism for 100 years. Just two final points before I end because of time.
I'm going to stop you in a minute.
Is non-racialism, I believe, is a defining principle of the left, and that is absent in the EFF. And finally, I mean, I leave you with the question. I mean, is this just a lumpen African nationalist force? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vish, for a wonderfully provocative opening comment. And I think, you know, even though you weren't present yesterday, you did a great job of engaging with a number of the themes. And one which you particularly focus on, given your kind of Gramsci international political economy perspective, is really the importance of locating these debates within a broader international structure, international forces, and thinking through what this moment means in relation to what's happening elsewhere and at other times. And I just want to note that we had originally thought of starting this day by having a number of people give reflections on what is this moment, right? Because, you know, this you're highlighting the EFF, but we also can equally focus on it as the NUMSA moment, or the MQ moment, or the SEGQ moment. And one of the questions we have is, how do they put pressure on each other? So we don't want to get caught up in only debating the EFF. The EFF is one current manifestation of that shows that something is changing, something is shifting. It's one expression. What are the others? And lastly, before I hand over to Jill, I think it's crucial you're ending in what is the history of the relationship between race and class, and thinking through that relationship, but not just race and class, gender, ethnicity, nationalism, and I think these are all things that Jill has spent quite a bit of time thinking and writing about. So I'm going to ask Jill to come to the front and hand over to her for 15 minutes.
I'll try and get my watch set up. All right. Okay, sit here. Okay, so thanks, Melanie, and thanks, Fish, also for your inputs. So I'm going to try, my original instructions were 5 minutes, so I'm going to really try and keep this quite brief and really try to draw out sort of 3 key points. The one turns around the whole question of neoliberalism, because I think it's a very serious set of issues. And I think, I'm really grateful to Fish for raising these issues, because I think they're important and they're significant, and that they have enormous political stakes to how we think about this moment of neoliberal forms of capitalism. Number 2, I really would like to go back to where we left off yesterday afternoon around questions of nationalism. And, we were in the middle of it was getting really, everybody was pitching in, and it was quite exciting. And I really don't want to lose that, because I think it was a very, very useful moment. So I'll try, for those of you who weren't here, to sum up really quickly what I think was going on in that discussion, and where I think it might be useful to lead on from that. And then, the third thing I want to do is to focus in on a dimension of my book that has tended to be sort of put to the side in the debates around denationalization and renationalization and hegemony and class revolution, all that stuff, which is that I think in many ways the most important part of it, which is the whole issue of local government in South Africa today as the key site of contradictions. And I really want to make an argument, an impassioned argument, that we need to pay more careful attention to what is going on at the level of local government. And I'm going to sort of suggest that we try to think in terms of everyday nationalisms in relationship to conditions, the conditions of livelihood and the erosion thereof. Okay, so quickly on the question of neoliberalism. Look, Fish, I think we're totally on the same page. We live in an era of neoliberal capitalism, heavily financialized, that can be traced to the 1970s. And I think, for me, one of the most useful sort of analyses of this neoliberal turn is Peter Gowan's book, The Global Gamble, where he really traces the collapse of the Bretton Woods regime. It was actually on the 15th of August, 1971, when the US delinked the dollar from a fixed price of gold, which led in turn to fluctuating exchange rates and really propelled the rise of finance capital. And he defines the new era that was set in place as the dollar Wall Street regime. And I think, again, when Vish talked about US imperialism, that it's very much that there's no question that the dominance of the dollar is a form of US imperialism, that we neglect it at our peril, that it positions the US in relation to the rest of the world in an incredibly important way. And that what we have seen since the 1970s is, this rampant new form of capitalist development. The question and I have no problems at all in calling these neoliberal forms of capital, certainly that's what we're engaging. Where I do have a problem is with the term neoliberalism, because it seems to me this is like every abstraction, like globalization, neoliberalism. It's a term that has come to have multiple meanings. It's an abstraction. And I think there's a danger in assuming that we know exactly what we're talking about. And there's a danger in moving too quickly from the abstract to the concrete. And here I take Marx's method very seriously, when he argued that we have to rise from, and this is in the introduction to the Grundrisse, he argued we have to advance from the abstract to the concrete by taking careful consideration of multiple relations and determinations. So it's these, what are the key relations and determinations, seems to me to be an enormously important issue. The second important issue is I think we need to think very carefully in spatial terms as well as historical terms about the moment of capitalism that we're in. And I think that, you know, Vish is raising the BJP in India, and that coincides, and this is what makes India so fascinating, is that in India, as in South Africa, 1990 was a really key turning point when the Indian government abandons the old Nehruvian developmental model once and for all, and really embraces what in India is called liberalization. It's interesting, they don't use neoliberalism, they embrace liberalization. But that is also, the 1990s, is also the moment when what really are forms of fascism that have been cooking around for a long time in India really burst onto the scene in 1992 when the Ayodhya Mosque is burnt, and Modi is one of the key forces behind that. And the whole question of what is the relationship between these neoliberal forms of capitalism and the rise of this vicious form of expression of nationalism is a hugely important issue, in which I think thinking comparatively with South Africa is very useful and very important. And I'm doing a new project now thinking comparatively on exactly this issue. And I want to argue that actually what's interesting is how very different India and South Africa are. But what that then turns around is a much more specific understanding of the particular ways in which neoliberal forms of capitalism get constituted in India, South Africa, in also all over the world. And what are the particular ways in which these, and this is where denationalization, this term, is arguing for a spatialized understanding of what is historically, geographically specific about South African forms of accumulation that actually have amazing degree of continuity in the post-apartheid period as a consequence of the enormous power of corporate capital in this country and the deal they struck with the ANC. And one of my arguments is that it's extremely dangerous to see gear as the key moment, to think, well, we went from good RDP to bad gear. What does this, and that this is the ANC's sort of class project. What's so dangerous about that is, number one, it ignores the fact that the deal between corporate capital and the ANC got struck in the early 1990s. That the forms, and when I talk about denationalization, it's an effort to try to come to grips with the fact that at a relatively early point, and you can think earlier to the 80s, when capital is realizing that the apartheid state has run out of steam and that they're having to meet with the ANC and all of that. So there's a prehistory to that. And it seems to me that's number one, why it's really important to have a language that captures a much deeper, broader process than just neoliberal economic policy in 1996. Number two, one of the dangers with latching on to gear is that the Zumaites can say, oh, gear was Mbeki. We're beyond gear. And, you know, we're not neoliberals. And then the bloody DA says, yes, you are. You know, you are not neoliberal. You know, that you are doing all kinds of interventions. You're spending much too much on social welfare, you're letting labor get away with murder, blah, blah, blah. And then the Zumites can say, yeah, they say that we're not neoliberal. Of course we're not neoliberal. So it seems to me that that's where there's a problem there. Because what that does is it lets capital off the hook in a way that it should not be let off the hook. Because what is going on, this is the big argument of my book, is that capital needs the ANC to keep the lid on things. And the ANC tries to do this with its articulations of the nation and liberation, which is both the strength of its hegemonic project and at the same time its point of vulnerability, because it opens the ANC up to charges of betrayal. And it's that these charges of betrayal are then reinforced by the way denationalization or specifically South African forms of neoliberalism play out in practice to erode the livelihoods of the large majority of the population. And one of the arguments of the book is that this is where populist politics gets generated through this process of the simultaneous strength and weakness of the way the ANC's hegemonic project plays out in practice. So that the point is that the ANC and capital and the middle classes in this country, both black and white, need the ANC to keep the lid on things. ANC tries to do this with articulations of the nation and liberation. But processes of denationalization are creating the conditions of impossibility for this. And that, to me, is the big contradiction. And this is where, whatever one calls it, passive revolution, whatever, that is what the bourgeois hegemonic project of the ANC is all about, and really understanding where these contradictions and how much more? All right, sorry, it gets to rabbit hole. Okay, so this is where what's really important is, it seems to me, and this is where we had to finish yesterday, but I really hope we can pick up, is so what are these articulations of the nation and liberation that are simultaneously sources of strengths and weaknesses? And we had a very interesting discussion about the NDR versus the Freedom Charter and so forth and so on. And, there were lots of interesting, I have a list of really interesting questions that sort of arose from the floor. But, I just want to say, I've been thinking about it. I woke up at 5 a.m. actually thinking about this. And, one of the things that occurred to me is that we shouldn't get too hung up on the NDR and the Freedom Charter. Ahmed has written a very interesting piece that's going to be coming out in South Atlantic Quarterly, in which he makes reference to the ANC's capacity for conjuring up a transcendental understanding. It's very close to religion. And that's actually what we need to be understanding. And it turns around, I think it turns very crucially around questions of, it's not just race class, it's the deep, powerful way in which the ANC has come to, in some sense, own the past and own the narratives of the past around questions of racialized dispossession, of racial oppression, of suffering, of the enormous sacrifices and it's that denaturalizing of this sort of understanding that I think is really important. And that is where understanding local government as the key site of contradictions, where efforts to manage poverty really, that is the coalface of what is going on at the level of local government. And it seems to me that, it was really striking to me as we were having this argument and debates, and I think they were pretty exciting at the end of the last session, that actually a lot of these issues are not theoretical issues. What we actually need, what everybody needs to be doing is engaging really carefully and seriously with what is going on in the realms of everyday life. And this is in terms of scholarship and in terms of politics. And, you know, I just want to sort of end up with what I mean by everyday and how these understandings get produced in practice in the realms of everyday life. And, you know, just to give an example from Melody's work on a rubbish dump outside Soweto, I mean, she herself, she can explain that, but, you know, she didn't go to this rubbish dump to study nationalism, but it actually just jumped up and bit her. The ways in which Zimbabweans and people from other parts of Africa how difference was being produced in everyday practice. And it seems to me that's one example of what I mean by everyday nationalism. But if we think of the local, not as bounded units, but as formed through relations and connections to what is happening elsewhere, that what is really important here is understanding local histories, but situating these local histories in relation to larger sets of political economic forces. Understanding how difference is being produced in everyday practice, not only race, but also, of course, gender, sexuality, other dimensions of difference. Understanding generational issues, which are obviously really, really crucial. So I just want to end with an impassioned plea for paying much more careful and serious attention to the realms of everyday life and of linking everyday practice to larger sets of political economic force.
Thank you so much, Phil. Please stay here if you have any closing questions. And I just want to draw out two, I think, very interesting and important things from Jill's talk and from the relation between the two of them. And one is that, you know, one thing that both Jill and Bush contribute is the need to not look at South Africa or the local in isolation, but rather to look at it in relation to elsewhere. I think they do that in very different ways, right? Jill drawing on a Lefebvrean understanding of the production of space, and Vish, from what I understand, coming from a Gramscian IP perspective. And I think this isn't just a theoretical debate, it's a political debate, because the way in which we understand the relations between different spaces is important. So maybe that's something we can reflect on. And then, Jill, I want to disagree with one of the points you made, where you said it isn't a theoretical issue, it's just an empirical issue, whereas in fact you're,
of course,
because I think we have to focus on Jill's key intervention in her first point, which is particularly at a time when people like to perform their Marxism, right? Or perform their leftism by reciting certain terms, right? Standing up and using the word vanguard a lot, or, you know, whatever it is. That I think what Jill constantly reminds us to do is to look at Marx's method, right? And just to remind you what she was saying is to look at the multiple determinations and the particular ways that specific forms of neoliberalism are constituted and the centrality of space in these processes, right? So once we open it up to the multiple determinations, that's what gives us the space to look at what is the role of nationalism and why is it playing this role in this particular moment. Okay, so we now have an hour for discussion from the floor. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're just going to take maybe 3 inputs at a time. And because we have time and space, okay, I'm not giving you a license to stand up and give a 15-minute speech, but we do really want to hear people's perspectives. So it's not just questions to Vish and Jill. And I'm going to hand around the mic so that the people who are following us, who are trying to follow us, hopefully have a chance of hearing us. I saw Ahmed, who else wants to make a comment or raise a question? I'm sure after Ahmed speaks, others will join in. As Nick said, please introduce yourself, because we didn't go around and do introductions. So don't assume we all know who you are, just introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then make your contribution.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ahmed. I work here at Wits in the Politics Department. So, I mean, I appreciate, Joe, what you're trying to do in the book, and partly shifting us away from, you know, a kind of very narrow conception of neoliberalism that emerges, I think, in people like Patrick Bond's work, where the high point is 1996, and, you know, there's really a very narrow narrative of the transition from the RDP to here as the narrative of the sellout, right? And I think you're right that we need to move away from that narrative. My fear, though, is that in the ways in which you pose the question of denationalization, one, you make the concept do too much work also, without yourself being able to get away from the concept of neoliberalism. All right. And I think, you know, some of your concern, and if I'm reading the book correctly, also emerges from your desire to get us to see the ways, and also at local government level, things are changing and shifting, and that we need a perspective attuned to those changes. Now, I agree with you completely, and I wonder though, if a notion like actually existing neoliberalism, or even aspects of, you know, Foucauldian governmentality, might be able to account for those changes, as well as the kind of interplay that we've seen at the local government level between neoliberal restructuring and forms of resistance. And then there's just another point I wanted to make about the political usage of this term neoliberalism. Now, on the one hand, it's a kind of conceptual category that we use within the academy about talking about certain configurations of power since 1994, but I mean, of course, a more nuanced perspective goes far further back when we're talking about South Africa. That having been said, since 1990, or at least since 1996, the term neoliberalism is also something that belongs to movements. That is, it's a term that movements have made the name of a political wrong that motivates their political action. And it seems to me that in this way, neoliberalism is also given a whole set of significations from below. All ways in which this concept is understood and also translated, or the ways in which people understand, like speaking about daily life. People have reference for how daily life is shaped by neoliberalism, and it's often part of the pedagogies of social movement practice. And I wonder what happens when we toss all of that out, and what do we, I mean, given that so much of our critical imagination has been shaped by a criticism of neoliberalism in the transition. Okay.
Thanks, Ahmed. I saw Luazi, and then over to you. And please remember to introduce yourselves.
Luazi Lushaba is my name. I have a simple question. Jill yesterday was very critical of, you know, a Eurocentric reading of Gramsci by subaltern scholars. And as I thought more about that, I was reminded by the parochialism of South African studies, nauseating silence of comparative insights from the rest of the continent. It's as if South Africa can be understood on its own. It's as if it's no post-colonial country that Nigeria was in 1960 or Kenya was in 1963. All that Vish does is to impel us to look at the 100 years of communism in South Africa, as if these processes did not unfold elsewhere in the continent. So when you chide us for Eurocentrism in subaltern studies, also do chide yourselves for parochialism of South African studies.
Okay. My name is Gabriel. I'm a student here at Wits. Dr. Vish, I have a concern, a question for you.
Sure.
The first question is, what do you mean EFF is non-racial?
Oh, non-racial?
Yeah. What are like expecting a non-racial project? I don't know if you had, I mean, been listening to the same Judas.
No, I never said that.
So you're saying that it's not non-racial?
I said it's not
It
non-racial.
was a double negative.
Oh, is that what you said?
I was rushed too. I don't know. I mean, I was tripping over my words.
So basically non-racial, you're agreeing to it.
It's not non-racial. I mean, I'm saying it's a fundamental problem.
Hang on.
In its ideological makeup.
That's not true. EFF is non-racial.
Okay.
So
Empirically
I
speaking.
don't know what you mean by that.
Ideology. Okay.
And I agree with what you're saying about the impossibility, except this is not the words that you're using, the impossibility of decolonizing class. In fact, to claim that one can decolonize class is not even an oxymoron, but an aporia. This leads me to ask whether the race class debate is in fact ideology of the left, precisely because it does not give an account, at least epistemologically, of what Black life is in the world today. So, the question that I'm posing is, to what extent could the left in South Africa be replicating right-wing tendencies, basically masquerading behind some kind of a future classless society? Thank you.
Thanks. So I've seen some other hands, but I'm going to give Jill and Vish a chance to respond, and then we'll do another round. Okay, so I mean, you know, I agree with you on a lot of this. Of course, one can't just toss neoliberalism out, and of course, it does belong to movements. It is given its own meanings. Yeah. I guess the question is, and by the way, there's a really interesting debate in Latin America around exactly this issue, around, you know, neoliberalism versus shouldn't we just be talking about capitalism in its present forms, yeah, and have done it. And you know, both the strengths and the dangers of the term neoliberalism as an abstraction. And, you know, I guess, of course, one can't just throw it out, but at the same time, it seems to me that in the context of engagements around what is going on, the need to be more specific, the need to get to these multiple relations and determinations. And, you know, for instance, the need in South Africa to be clear how, you know, identifiably neoliberal processes, projects take place on terrains that are always much larger than they are. And sure, we hold on to neoliberalism, but at the same time being really clear that what happens when these neoliberal projects and processes take hold, it has huge elements of the past that infuse and reshape and of course change. So it seems to me that's probably the challenge. You know, on the whole question of governmentality, I mean, that raises, you know, the sort of a broader set of issues of the relationship between Gramsci and Foucault, around which there's lots of interesting debate. And, you know, I think there's no question that Foucault's concepts of governmentality and biopolitics are often used in ways that are much cruder than Foucault himself actually used that. But, you know, it seems to me that certainly in relation to local government, you know, one can think about governmental and of course more broadly, you know, the whole question. I mean, Sharad has done very important work around the whole issue of biopolitics, but really arguing that it's not enough just to identify a particular project, that one always has to understand what are the contradictory ways in which these sorts of projects play out. And you know, Wazi, of course you are absolutely right. And what we absolutely should be doing is thinking about South Africa very firmly in relation to what is going on in other parts of Africa, but also in relation to what's going on in other regions of the world. And that, you know, this is where the whole problem of South African exceptionalism that's been deeply problematic right from the get-go, you know, really needs to be shaken up. And, you know, of course, that's what Mahmoud Mamdani was trying to do in Citizen and Subject, is to say South Africa is just part, that apartheid was just a manifestation of
of what had been going on in other parts of Africa for a long time. But, you know, I mean, it seems to me that is one of the very big challenges for, you know, a future generation of scholars. And that is where, by the way, I think a really important set of questions is how we think about comparison. But that's another set of issues. But I think that's something that would be really worth thinking about.
It's just a couple of points. I mean, the issue of the local in Jill's argument is important, and I did raise the issue of spatial reductionism in my engagement with her, which, by the way, doesn't take away from the importance of local government, the local state, if you like, and the contestations and the struggles that are happening at that level. But at the same time, you know, neoliberalism is diffused within the state, and technocratic practices, cost recovery, etc., is operating at various levels of the state. I mean, you know, it's coming to a head right now, for example, around the ESCOM stuff and the indebtedness. It's coming to a head around the e-tolls and the billions that have been spent on it and so on. So room for politics there. The second point to make very quickly is I agree with Ahmed that, you know, the notion of neoliberalism and kind of analysis and usage has gone beyond sort of academic discourse and policy speak and so on. It's really implicated and it's part of popular consciousness in movements, in struggles and so on. And I think it's important for us to look at that, you know, before declaring it invalid or irrelevant today. More importantly, the idea of alternatives has also come out of analysis and politics against neoliberalism in South Africa. So, you know, before anyone wants to abandon it, I also think there's a whole lot at stake here. People have premised their understandings of South Africa and have reached conclusions on what the ways forward are, whether it's climate jobs, in engagement with green neoliberalism, whether it's food sovereignty, in engagement with a liberalized agricultural sector. I mean, I can go on talking about these alternatives. Third point very quickly, around South African exceptionalism, covered largely by Jill. But just to say that my own work is about what's happened to Africa in the context of neoliberalization. And what's striking for me is how Pan-Africanism, at least over the past 2 decades, has not only been defeated, but actually displaced and in many ways absorbed into neoliberalism. I mean, if you study the debates that have been taking place on the continent around the African Union and regionalization and so on, that doesn't express a radical Pan-Africanism. And I think there's a task, there's a question there around the renewal of solidarity on the African continent. And it is not just our task as South Africans. I think it's a task for all of us. Last point, just on the EFF. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that they're non-racial. But yeah, empirically, you know, you can pull out an Afrikaner young person and say, hey, I'm in the EFF and so on. I'm talking about non-racialism within the ideological constitution and makeup of the EFF. And it is not explicit. It is not committed to non-racialism. And I'm arguing that non-racialism on the left is a very important marker. It's a principle that has been formed, shaped, determined, come to life through serious struggle in this country against colonialism and eventually apartheid. And so I think it's something we cannot take very lightly. I mean, more importantly, if you look at the organic Marxism of the working class, if you look at NUMSA, for example, and how they are grappling with their situation in the context of a neoliberalized economy, this is not filtered out and so on. It comes out of a raw, lived, everyday experience of workers getting retrenched, losing their jobs, etc. And in that context, reaching conclusions as particularly African workers about the nature of class, the nature of race, and the nature of neoliberal capitalism today. So I don't know if that speaks to what you're asking.
No.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so I had Dimitri, but shall we go to Dimitri, and then if you want to come back and make a comment and decide, and then Dale, and then we'll come back. And please remember to introduce yourselves.
Hi there, I'm Dimitri and I'm in sociology at Wits. My question is to Vishwas, and it connects to Noazi's point earlier. There are 2 points that you make. The one is that Marx's writing does not only have Eurocentric moments. The second point you make is very specifically Neville Alexander as an example of quote-unquote indigenizing Marxism in South Africa. And just a moment ago, you made a point about non-racialism on the left and its anti-colonial content. So, given your first point, that Marx's writings do not only have Eurocentric moments in it, and given your second point, which is, for me, spatially a movement from the north to the south, an indigenization of Marxism, how then do you place your conception of Marxism in the politics of knowledge and in, in relation to metropolitan theory? Because there's another way of reading non-racialism, which is not as an indigenization of Marxism, but as South African theorists in conversation with anti-colonial praxis across the Black Atlantic. Thank you.
I'm Muso. I want perhaps to speak to the 2 concepts that the Prof introduces, denationalization and renationalization. We introduced the concepts as the idea that in South Africa, the debate when it came also to the passive revolution was looking at domination without hegemony. But at the same time, when we look at denationalization, it is only left as a question of political economy. And political economy also needs the ANC then to create the renationalization. But I would say that I think by leaving political economy as its own as a question of domination, right? Or by saying that other scholars have only been dealing with the question of domination without looking at hegemony. Aren't we seeing, when we look at, perhaps then we should revisit maybe the concept of renationalization as a question of the unmaking of the nation. Because then all the sides, the struggles that you are citing, the mass evictions, would also be a question of the unmaking and the coming of the nation that tries to define the land that has no name, as the point that you cite in the book. So the denationalization and renationalization is 2 linked concepts. I would go as far as saying, why then you do not extend the question of hegemony within capital itself? Because then we are told that capital then needs the ANC in the form of the Masakane, the language of the rainbow nation and all that. But we are only told of financialization as only just a period of neoliberalism. So I don't understand really the 2, denationalization and renationalization. And renationalization only happening at the form of the making of the rainbow nation. So aren't we seeing all these struggles as a struggle of trying to name this land or claim the land?
If Vish and Jill will be okay, I have a string of hands coming up the table. So I'd be happy to have Gabriel, Peter, and Dale and come here, and then we'll go down the other side. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. An issue. Well, I won't. I will not dispute the fact that the left is, or rather, peddles the non-racial project. Yet you're saying the EFF is non-racial makes no sense. If, as we speak, the EFF is in parliament, the parliament that is prophesied by the what's her name, the great white liberal you mentioned earlier on. Olive Schreiner, right? Olive Schreiner prophesies the state of affairs, right? That South Africa will be in the way that it is today, right? And that is an non-racial project. Now, I don't see how the EFF being in parliament today does not produce or reproduce a non-racial project. So I don't think it's sufficient for you to simply analyze EFF is guessing. I think its practices must inform, our evaluation of its policies.
Thanks. I'm Peter Hudson. I'm from the politics department here at WITS. I want to comment on two terms, one of which I haven't heard mentioned, and the other of which I've heard mentioned a lot this morning. The first one is colonialism. I've heard lots of talk about specific modes of accumulation and the way in which we need to understand the shifts in capital accumulation in South Africa in terms of larger geographic and historical spans. And interesting talk about the relationship between the term neoliberalism and these different modes of capital accumulation. But what I haven't heard any reference to is the question of colonialism, in fact, the national question. So I'm wondering how that can get integrated into the discussion of modes of accumulation. So that's my first point. And my second one has to do with a term that has been raised a lot this morning, and that's the question of lived experience, of black life, colonial lived experience. And I think it's very important that we stop and think a little about the role of that term. Because if we look, we can look quite widely. If we look at theories of South African society, or theories that say of colonialism, theories of colonialism, what I've got in mind here is Maldonado Torres against war. Theories of South African society, what I've got in mind is, for example, Walke's 1988, I think it's 88, Race, Class in the Apartheid State, both of which texts assign a crucial conceptual role to the notion of lived experience. And this ties up with what Jill was saying earlier on about the need for us to investigate much more closely everyday life. Because I think what we find in both those texts is a hypostatization of the notion of lived experience. And once that's in place, then Walke can dance from race to class as much as he likes. And the same goes for Maldonado Torres. He can construct a theoretical edifice, but when we look closely at what it's based on, as we did in a session in the politics department a few weeks ago, we can see that the notion of lived experience, when looked at closely, well, it disintegrates into a wide variety of meanings. And I think that is connected to the colonial question. I mean, every time we talk about racism and non-racism, we can't really make sense of all that talk without reference to the place of colonialism in South Africa today. We might conclude, I'm open to this, that colonialism isn't a relevant structural factor in South African life today. We might conclude that, but we might not. So I think those are the two terms that I want you to focus on. The one that seems to me to be absent but present, colonialism. Every time we talk about the EFF or non-racialism or the articulation of class and race, it's the term colonialism that's begging to be analyzed and understood. And on the other hand, the notion of everyday life, we need to look at it very closely, and we need to be very careful with how we use it. Because as I say, it seems to me that it often gets fetishized or apostatized in a way that results in a lot of conceptual confusion.
So can you pass the mic up to
Yeah.
them?
Sure. Just a very brief and to the direct point, and it has to do with our, I don't know this term, us, is being thrown around. We have to do this, we, us. I'm not sure who's being referred to. Is it academics? Is it a particular group of academics? Is it activists? What's the left? This collective we and us, I'm not sure, because Jill, in your critique of gear is being used as a sort of key moment, I think obviates there is an incredible rich history of struggle and scholarship starting from the early 20th century in this country and in the region It speaks to the very things that people are now asking. It's not as if 1994 was some kind of event that all of a sudden pricked this. So, you know, in the 1920s, there were theoretical and practical struggles taking place that were problematizing the entire deracialized capitalism of the ANC's process, which then came about as a result of, you know, and so it's not, I oftentimes think that scholarship is looked at in the last 20 years in the South African context, and then everything is referenced to that scholarship. When in fact, for example, the term neoliberalism, to me, is simply a way of describing what is a much longer term historical process, material, social, cultural, and political process, in specific to South Africa, in our context, that happened way before Reagan and Thatcher came up where the term was coined as neoliberal in terms of a process of capitalism. So I think the answers to a lot of the questions you're asking are not simply to be found in looking at the particular kinds of scholarship and processes since 1994, the early 1990s. We're going way, way back. And it amazes me that a lot of South African academics seem not to know very much about a lot of the uncritical left scholarship that happened in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s outside of that happened. Is someone having another meeting? Back there. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot there, everybody.
And so we've had an incredible range of comments and questions, and I just want to remind Jill and Vish that we started with some things, so I'm sorry for giving you so many things to respond to.
Okay, Dimitri, I mean, you know, the kind of geometry and the diffusion of ideas is an interesting question, and we can have different takes on it. But when it comes to Marxism, I mean, if we historicize it in the South African context, listen, the one moment, and it brought attention into South Africa, had to do with the early Marx and his connection with South Africa. And you know, Olive Schreiner is interesting because from some of the work that's been done to unearth this history, she had a relationship with Marx's daughter. And it's interesting how that also connects up with the German Social Democratic Party and others. So that's one kind of line of diffusion, if you like. The other line of diffusion is the Russian Revolution. And you know, again, universalism is something that runs through Marxism. But the Russian Revolution did two things. It diffused into South Africa, a communist party, according to the strictures of the 21 conditions of the Third International. But it also, in the course of its development, also diffused oppositional currents to Stalinism. Okay, and Trotskyism was its most organized expression, and it found its place here. Then, of course, revolutionary nationalism, fighting anti-colonial struggles and so on. The Bandung Conference was very important for that imagination, and that also diffused a kind of radical marking of nationalism, inspired by Marxism, trying to navigate a way between the Soviet Union and the West and so on. Now, in the end, for me, though, if you kind of look at this, at the kind of geometry and how ideas around Marxism come to South Africa, we have moved beyond that. And indigenization, for me, is a useful way of thinking about this. And but more importantly, in terms of my conception of Marxism, I mean, it's grounded in this historical inheritance of Marxism that we have in South Africa. And it's a Marxism that has found its soul, that has found its place, that has found its vocabulary, has found its articulation in the South African context. And so my starting point and my premise for Marxism is this reality as well. And I don't know whether it answers you about a whole lot of other knowledge structures and so on and so on. Second very quick point is around EFF. Interesting argument to affirm its non-racial commitment, but who knows, it might end up destroying Parliament. And then let's okay, colonialism and oh yeah, I mean, Peter's point, my point about lived experience is just simply this, is that listen, I think we cannot completely deny the role of structural analysis also in understanding South Africa. And I think if we bend the stick too much towards this kind of ethnographic and too much towards the everyday, which is valuable and very important, and we must do it, but I don't think it's about either or. I'll leave it there.
Well, I'm going to sort of focus mostly on Russo's and Peter's questions, because I actually think there are very interesting resonances between them. They're sort of complementary questions in some ways as I heard them. So I'm going to try to answer them together if I can. And I don't know if I can do it satisfactorily, but let me try. So, you know, Russo raised this question about de-renationalization, and and that I seem to be saying that it's political economy that then leads the ANC into renationalization, whereas actually we need to be understanding how in the struggles that are going on, people are really trying to reclaim the nation, and I think that's a really important point. But just let me unpack a little, just very briefly. The argument about de-renationalization is really an argument about the need to rethink the transition, to get past the common understanding of the transition as an elite pact, and to argue that at the moment when the political parties were unbanned, that the nation as such did not exist. You know, it was Bantustans and, you know, the mess that was inherited from apartheid. And that a very important part of what the ANC has been doing is producing the nation in new ways. And that is what these practices and processes of renationalization are about. And there are many of them. You know, I pull out three, but I think one can identify many dimensions of all of this. And at the same time, capital was trying, that had been sort of trapped in the 80s, was trying to get the hell out. So that what de-renationalization tried to capture is these simultaneous processes in tension with one another happening at the same time. So that's the idea. Now, where I think this links in with, and I think Peter's provocation is really useful, because in raising the question about the place of colonialism in South Africa today, and he raised the question, you know, colonialism generated the whole issue of race, class, the national question, and how this is integrated into modes of accumulation. And I think what's so interesting about that is that you can't divide D and re from one another. They're part of the same process. And you know what both of you have forced me to do is to try to rethink more carefully and precisely the ways in which they're part of the same process. And I really thank both of you for that now. See if I can't do that now, but I think we flagged something really important. If anybody has any suggestions, would be great. But you know, then I think what you're both pointing to is the whole question of everyday life and how we think about that. And it seems to me, you know, the argument about struggles to that Russo was making, struggles to reclaim the nation, and I think that's actually a really useful framing of it. It sort of resonates with Peter's point about the dangers of fetishizing everyday life. And it seems to me that there the real challenge, and it's complicated, is to think of everyday life in a dialectical way, as both shaped by these larger sets of forces and feeding into and reshaping. And it's that process of that dialectical back and forth that seems to me, and I know this sounds very abstract, but I do think that the only way to really understand this, and of course Melanie's right, I was being flippant about these are empirical questions, but I do think that the only way to get past a fetishized understanding of everyday life is to engage seriously with what is going on. People's practices and meanings, how they're taking shape simultaneously in relation to larger forces, but not fully obviously determined by them. And you know, this is where the furry old guy, he said something about people make their own history and conditions not of their own making. And it's exactly that process
that we need to be understanding more fully. Thanks. So at the back, and I think the gray shirts, pink shirts, and then, oh, well, Ahmed, I'm going to come back to you after other people. The young woman over there.
Hi, my name is Shiva, also a student in the politics department.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Shivu.
Shivu.
The question I wanted to ask is related to this whole issue of the EFF not being non-racial. And I think when people talk about the EFF's racial antagonism, it masks the issue of how the ANC has used and re-signified race. I think from overt examples like Cyril Ramaphosa saying during elections, if you don't vote for us, the Boers will come back, to the way in which the ANC engages with black capital as the gatekeeper to wealth and, access to it. So I think, if we're going to talk about the EFF's rhetoric as racially antagonistic and thus there must be fascist and other things, we shouldn't forget the ways in which the ANC very much uses race as part of the way it keeps the lid on things and still spoke about.
Yes, my name is James Furman. So I have a question for the second speaker, and it was more just to flesh out a theoretical issue that you raised but didn't sort of go into. And I say theoretical issue because what you were suggesting was a claim quite independent of the analysis of South Africa. And that was the explanation that you were suggesting for populism as a phenomenon. So you made a claim something like that populism was generated from a tension between capital as a dominant social relation and the need within any given territory for there to be some kind of hegemonic expression of national unity. So capital would be dependent upon that expression, in that you can't have people thinking that divisions of class are somehow trumping national unity, and on the other hand that creates tension with perhaps certain demands that capital would have, and it's out of that result tension that you were claiming that populism is generated. Now obviously to pose the question in that term is to pose it in a way that could be applied to any society, not just South African one. Although, having then answered it, you could then make a claim about how that fed into the particular context of South Africa, given your claim about local government problems being key, or the fact that this until recently very party competition, or that we have a recent written constitution, those kinds of things. But before going into those, you need to maybe flesh out what you mean by that, particularly because populism is one of the terms on this posting today.
Sure. Okay. Sorry, that.
My name is Conor Priazis, and I wish I could still claim I used to be in the politics department for years, and I resisted going into the legal field for a long time. I've given in. I'm not going to mention that Grumsky crushed. Well, I'm going to mention it. I'm not going to go into it in depth because I don't like being accused of being a Bordigist. That Grumsky crushed an oppositional current to the Bolshevization of communist parties, the Italian left, which is not reducible to Bordiga, contrary to how it's been portrayed. But what I want to do is I want to ask, what was the Eurocentric Marxism of the Second International? What were the debates which happened there, and what was the context which those were happening in? And I think what existed were contiguous land-based empires in which there were extremely large and oppressed national minorities. And I think that we saw what to me is a fascinating, and I would go so far as to say the right alternative emerge within the debates going on within early 1900s Second International Marxism, particularly coming out of the Socialist Party of the Kingdom of Poland around Rosa Luxemburg and filtering through into the Austro-Marxists. Basically, Rosa Luxemburg says in some text, which I forgot, fine, the Russian Social Democratic Party responds to those of us who oppose national liberation by saying, even where there is freedom to develop a national culture, freedom for schooling and language policies of different language groups, and where everyone has full democratic rights, under this context, there must be the possibility of leaving these empires. And she says, so this is the point where we disagree, because contrary to what many people think, Rosa Luxemburg and, generally speaking, the Socialist Party of the Kingdom of Poland support, one, autonomy with regard to the development of national culture, schooling, land and language issues. They support universal citizenship. What they do not support is national liberation conceived of as the breaking up of empires. Why don't they support this? They don't support this because they come from the perspective of a transnational class, the working class, which if it is going to achieve socialism, must explicitly have awareness as to what it is aiming at. It must act as a majority force in society aiming for socialism. For Rosa Luxemburg and the Socialist Party of the Kingdom of Poland, the good of reforms is that they allow for conditions in which the working class can act explicitly for socialism. I think that what the idea of national liberation and of what reformism has done is it has led to the idea of status management of capitalism, basically of what Marx called the wages system. Rosa Luxemburg foresaw this as a problem. She predicted that, well, it's unclear whether she predicted that such a thing would occur, but she also thought that the formation of nation states would lead to the problem of minorities. And this issue keeps coming up. After the Second World War, Hannah Arendt, not a socialist, proposes non-national, European, non-national, non-nation state-based forms of democracy and liberation, where, say, the Jewish nation could have a non-state-based form of representation. I think that the issue between race and class, nation and class, I would say the problem is, the precise problem of South African Marxism is it's been indigenized too much. It's been turned into a form of being about national liberation, in which the nation is not something which can be self-determining. Ultimately, Marxism is about opposing democratic control of the relations of production against the fragmentation of the world. One of the forms of this fragmentation of the world are empires and nation states. It's time, I agree. Someone spoke about the archaeology of the left. We've been digging too narrowly in South Africa and in the third international tradition. We need to go to those left-wing currents, also those non-Bolshevik left-wing currents in the second international, and proudly say, pose the problem as a transnational, working class-based revolution for socialism. And how does the national question fit into that? As Rosa Luxemburg did.
Thanks. Can you take the Opa?
I'm tempted to clap.
Thanks, Opa. Three issues in succession. I think the first one, to finish I think there's a stylized view of the left, non-racialism, and by implication, should we read the ANC being non-racial, and so on and so on and so on. Now, a lot of people who were around when the ANC was contesting with Germany know that's what very little to do with non-racialism. In fact, there's a little anecdote I found last week. Someone said at Manokwe, the GS of the ANC, talking to Spook at some point very early on, so they say they believe in non-racial South Africa. I say, Tumanoko is the political answer, but there is no such word in English. And then so well, it exists now. So the ANC actually, it's quite interesting how the mythology, and I have to say now, it was very convenient mythology of the white left in the late 70s, early 80s, to project this non-racialism onto the ANC. I mean, an ANC that has very little of that kind of tradition. In fact, so deep was the anti-non-racial perspective in the ANC that Mandela's first act in the Western Cape, heartland of the UDF, was to resurrect the Labour Party. You know, and we had Hendrikse and all the kind of people that the UDF has constructed its mobilization against the communism and all of that. We see how the ANC resurrected chieftains, talk about non-racialism, radical African nationalism. So I think there's a very stylized view of the left, ANC, and how the non-racial, you look at how the EFF. In fact, if anything, the EFF draws from very deep traditions of the ANC, which are very little about non-racialism. So I think the stylized view that the ANC is non-racial and all of that, I think if you were around, I mean, you would have seen a lot that's very little about non-racial in ANC politics. In fact, a lot of Bantustan stuff and, you know, and quizzlings, as the YouTube used to call them, etc., etc., etc. That was a long-running debate in politics at the time. And before I go to my main point, there comes a little detour. I think I agree with Dale. Dale is not just about what is known about the debates of the left in the 20s and the 30s. It's quite interesting how short is the memory of the left. That in fact the debate on the turn to the right in the ANC in neoliberal economic policy predates 1996. Anyone remember the debate around the NEM, the normative economic model of Christos and how it was being absorbed in the ANC, the Monfier scenarios that the ANC was starting, the shift in the ANC's Tito Mboweni presiding over the Economic Policy Commission of the ANC, and the turns to the right to embracing neoliberal. All of this is not a 1996 thing. And in fact, there's a lot of writing and debate and polemics about these issues. So I think to stylize the issue, say, and I say, with all due respect, is that neoliberalism started being debated in 1996, and that is the problem. I don't think that there ever was a problem that people thought neoliberalism starts in 1996, and that the RTP, anyone remember the debate on the RTP white paper, which predates the debate on 1996 and the gear. Now the gear moment is important historically because it sums up the historical evolution of the ANC. Now we can't just take it out and throw it out and then have a general, complicated, complex, discussion on neoliberalism. Every social class, as it organizes, marks its own moment historically. And 1996 is not so much things start in 1996. I mean, some of us were debating this at the tail end of the 80s. You know, again, if you look at there's a rich body of work done by Wits University students at the time about how the reconfiguration of the National Party already in the mid 90s, from the what you call the 1979 Good Hope Conference, you know, where the markers for an attempted shift by PW and company towards uncoupling the racialized nature of class, and so on and so on and so on. One can track all of this. That's the vision. There's a sense of deja vu in the debate about the EFF and takes me back to the early 80s. And when there was a debate about, I think Hudson was quite involved in that, the only missing actor here, Jeremy Crowley. Missing actor, I know. In the way the EFF is being portrayed in the film. And what I'll talk about for me is the implied narrative in this thing. You know, because in all of this hype about the EFF among the left, the idea is that but there is the real option, the NUMSA option. You know, and Vish suggests that it's rooted in working class struggle and the deep experience of the working class. Unfortunately, I like to think there's nothing further from the truth. In fact, the NUMSA moment, if you leave aside the fact that it's most likely that they still go movement, it only goes by its sheer timidity. The timidity of that moment. I mean, it's striking how the NUMSA moment is going to be constructed through workshops and studies and conferences and symposiums. Now, I don't know any revolutionary social party that is going through workshops. If you look at the PT was launched on the wave of social struggle in the ABC region. It wasn't launched out of workshops. If you look at something happening now, but again, you can take from anyone in the world. This is the first time a socialist project will be launched in workshops. And it's not a small matter because I think what it tells us is the fear the NUMSA group that's constructing this project, the fear they have of the unruly proletarians. They're too uncomfortable, they're too unpredictable, they're too uncontrollable. They throw stones in the street and then they disappear. And there's no theoretical schema in the NUMSA project to appropriate what's happening in the townships. In that sense, it's a sense of deja vu because that was the problem of the first NUMSA project, the Joe Foster Address, 1982. They couldn't deal with the uprisings in the townships. They tried to control the thing into what's happened in the factories, to show for democracy. And I just remember being in Durban debating this thing with some people. But the guys are just scared of what's happening in the township. They cannot deal with the ungovernable nature of the way the working class organizes in these countries and emerge. In a country that is, I mean, and it's important, it doesn't visual in markers here. In a country that's defined by a growing army of the unemployed, what you talk about, the retrenchments and the this, that, all factory-based markers. No markers about what's happening in the townships, because NUMSA can't deal with that. So it goes overseas, all of these kind of things. I think the difficulty that we face with the EFF, it's a serious difficulty, is that you see the EFF had the courage to die. I mean, both of them, we must also say, are products of the Populism project. We must also put that first and foremost. NUMSA and the EFF are the disintegration of the Populism project. What's interesting is the trajectories of that disintegration. The one reclaiming the NDR and the Freedom Charter and the Communist Party, and I listened to Jim, a shock when he made his standard marker, the 1989 program of the Communist Party, the path to power. So I didn't know we would still talk about that. But that's a reference point. It's a reference point to the past. It's not a reference point to the future. The future is the problem of the unruly township. That's the future. You know, the fewer and fewer workers that are managing to hold on to their work are not going to define a radical socialist project. And that's what I think the left should be interested in the EFF. Not because, I don't know, you see, the rise of Malema was coincided quite rightly with the decline of the social movements. Right? And the weakness of the middle class, that then kind of brings down the weight of the big man. The weaker the middle class is, the stronger the strong men are. And that's what we see in that dynamic. And we don't know yet how the EFF will resolve this problem. Whether it reinforces the strength of the strong men, or a cadre that was lost through these social movement collapses will re-energize this. And I would say, for me, for people interested in the left, maybe a much more less dismissive view, less careful view, with all its million problems of strong and what do you call it, the patrons and all the berets and the pluralism that hurts the people. These are all the inheritances of the liberation movement. That's what we see in the EFF. Hunters and all of that. But my point is that what is doing that's important is having the point. And in terms of sitting in overseas and stuff.
Okay, thanks. This has been an amazing round. Carlos, I'm wondering if someone can get me an update on whether lunch is actually going to be ready at 12:30 or whether we should continue. But in the meantime, I'm going to throw in a little question and then hand over to Vish and Jill. Because, one of the things I think you're doing that's very nice is looking at the EFF and notes in relation to each other, right? Which is something we really wanted to do. So I want to pick up on this point of non-racialism. Because Vish, you talk about non-racialism as if it's an obvious thing we must aspire to, right? And is part of what's happening with the EFF revealing that perhaps the way in which non-racial has been conceptualized and practiced has actually been an erasure of race, right? How do we work how do we work with and through race, right? And I think we don't spend enough time here talking about feminist conceptualizations of feminist democracy and what it means to acknowledge the difference that exists, but to then work with and through it in forging forms of solidarity. So I'm just asking, is there something that's happening here in this moment? Carl, I see your hand, but there's many hands. So can I just get I've used my position as chair, I'm sorry. Can I get Jill and Vish to respond, and then I promise we've got Carl and any other new hands, and then Ahmed's insisting his hand is new, and then I think we're gonna close for lunch.
You don't want to go first?
So just very quickly, I'm going to try and weave some of Opa's points into my responses to some of the questions. So, Shiva's, your point about how the ANC is marked and re-signified race, I think is incredibly important and really in need of unpacking more fully. And I think one of Opa's points really speaks to that, which is the way the chiefs and what is happening around land now is incredibly significant. And it seems to me this is one of the ways in which the ANC is trying to deal with the land question, the radically unresolved land question. And of course, the way the race articulates around land and dispossession is very fundamental. So James, in response to your question about populism, we had a big discussion yesterday about theories of populism, and Peter gave, which had very much been dominated by Ernesto Laclau. And Peter gave a brilliant paper taking apart Laclau's 2005 book on populist reason. And we thought a little bit about the earlier Laclau in Politics and Ideology and Marxist Theory. But the claim that I made, that you're pushing me on, actually does draw on the earlier Laclau. For all that I think there are problems with earlier Laclau, that what's really useful about what he does is in talking about populism. He talks about the articulations of populism in terms of class. So he talks about a bourgeois populism as well as a socialist populism. I have a problem with the socialist populism, but I think part of his analysis of bourgeois populism is really useful. And here's the way he thinks about it. He says when there are divisions within the ruling bloc, the standard way of dealing with popular antagonisms is to try to neutralize them. That when there are divisions within the ruling bloc, what often then happens is an effort to tap into those popular antagonisms that contain them. But that is always a dangerous experiment. It seems to me that this really sums up what happened between Mbeki and Zuma. That what Mbeki was trying to do is to contain popular antagonism through neutralizing it in technocratic language and all of that didn't work. And that what Zuma precisely did was to tap into popular anger, but try to contain it. And that I would argue that that it is precisely what we see going on, and that this is the populist moment, I think, came in 2005. And I think at the National General Council meeting in June 2005, the moment when Zuma really beat Mbeki was at that moment, and tapping into these popular antagonisms. But what has actually happened is that Zuma has not been able to contain those antagonisms. And that's what Malema's revolt represents. I would argue, going back to Opa, that actually the Zuma's triumph over Mbeki was coincided with the collapse of social movements. It was just around 2003-04 that the social movements really imploded, and that was the moment when popular support for Zuma really took hold in a very significant way. And we can, and I think Opa is exactly right, that both NUMSA and EFF are a product of Polokwane. And what Polokwane represents is the moment when Zuma's strategy in relation to Mbeki took hold. But NUMSA and EFF represent precisely the incapacity to contain those popular antagonisms. So just very quickly on the question of South African Marxism having been indigenized too much. You know, I think you're probably absolutely right, but I think we, you know, and Rosa Luxemburg is interesting to think with on this. But you know, so also is Fanon. And I mean, Fanon was really talking about the imperative of working through nationalism to go beyond it. And the Wretched of the Earth is really an appeal for a particular kind of internationalism coming from the South. So I would make a plea for more attention to Fanon. And you know, finally, I absolutely agree with you. You can't just throw gear out. And that what was important about that moment was not just macroeconomic policy, but that statement by Mbeki on state and social transformation, which was really a statement about the post-apartheid state that was very significant.
Okay, I just want to connect up the point about you know, the ANC's nationalism with the whole issue of non-racialism. And I fully agree that the class character of the ANC's nationalism today is important to clarify. And I think, you know, the whole discourse on black economic empowerment, deracializing capitalism, does imbue it, does express a particular kind of class character around this. But coming back to non-racialism, I wasn't arguing that you know, the ANC embodies non-racialism. That's not my position. Okay, and I was trying to present in a very quick way the kind of history that we've had in the 20th century, the liberation history, and to show that there were moments of mass popular nationalism. So, for example, in the 50s. The Congress Alliance, you know, the White Democrats, the Indian Congresses, etc., the Colored People's Congress, and so on, they all united, had a particular place and a role in defining non-racialism. It didn't belong to the ANC. Okay. Now I come out of the Natal Indian Congress. That's my political home. Okay. And it was formed by Gandhi, and actually in the 70s renewed, and in the 80s played a pivotal role in the second moment I'll come to just now. And non-racialism inside the Indian Congress was a very important principle for our politics, for how we believed in the present and the future. Now, in the 1980s, again, there was a resurgence of a mass popular nationalism from below against apartheid, resisting it, and so on. It didn't belong to the ANC. Okay. In that context, again, the affirmation of non-racialism happened. Now, all I'm saying about non-racialism is that, and I hear what you're saying, Melanie, about, well, you know, we can't just take it for granted. Of course, I think there are limits to the non-racial discourse in the present South Africa, and given what's happened to it. But that doesn't mean that we cannot renew it. I mean, particularly when it's become state nationalism. Okay, I think there's serious problems there. But those of us who believe and embrace it, and who understand how much of a struggle there was in this country to make this breakthrough and to affirm this principle, have a challenge to re-articulate it. Because I must say that those of us who argue glibly against non-racialism, okay, and glibly want to dismiss it, I think you're taking us into a very dangerous place, okay? And I'll pause there on that point. My final, two final points is that, you know, just the question of Eurocentrism, Second International, I'm not going to go into all those debates about imperialism and reform versus revolution. But in brief and very quickly, I mean, you know, just drawing on Gramsci, I mean, Gramsci was critical of positivism in Marxism, and this idea of these natural laws, etc., governing capitalism, and that's really what was suffused inside the Second International, which then, you know, the heartlands of capitalism became pivotal, because that's where capitalism was vibrant and so on. And it skewed things in a particular way. But maybe just to say this, that an abstract internationalism also has its problems, based on the universality of the working class and the class struggle. And I think that's why, and I agree with what Jill is saying, particularly her reading of Fanon. Nationalism is important, and we know it has a duality to it. It has a negative and a positive. But with the Fanonian kind of critical engagement and harnessing nationalism today, critically, for radical ends, I think is important. We cannot believe that globalization has erased nationalism in its place, for example. My final quick point is that, Opa, I hear your caricature of the NUMSA moment, okay? And I think that it's important for us to bring a sense of proportion and balance in how we look at NUMSA. Now, NUMSA is not starting off from Polokwane, in my view. I mean, I've been reading 20 years of resolutions from the Union over the past few days. And it's interesting that in the early 90s, NUMSA's Marxism and its socialism was very clear that it's not vanguardist. It's not a Soviet socialism of the SACP, and that it really wanted to find an independent way for the working class. By 93, 94, NUMSA was very clear. We'll have class alliances, we'll go into the alliance, but after the election, we will part ways. It was talking about a working class program. It was talking about a workers' party in the one resolution I looked at. So it was defeated. And it was defeated in the context of Cosatu, in the context of the passive revolution. Because again, this concept is very important because it helps us understand how the working class was locked in, how it was co-opted and divided and so on. Because it really forces us to look at everyday practices of the alliance, actually, okay? And many people look at the alliance, they look at it from the outside. I was inside the alliance. And I know how the mechanisms of power and so on work in it on an everyday basis. Now, the other point to make very quickly is that, you see, NUMSA is not then based on its socialism, based on its Marxism. Jim is just one face of NUMSA in the light of this inheritance and this history that NUMSA carries, a radical heritage, okay? And I wouldn't reduce it, the NUMSA moment, to him, because I think there is a tension and there's going to be a contestation inside NUMSA to define it. But it's not a ready-made vanguard force with a ready-made Marxist, Leninist, Fanonist ideology to impose from above. It's a disciplined trade union on the left with traditions of mass politics, yes? At the same time, trying to work out its class alliances. So if you look at the NUMSA moment from below, it's not as though it's ignoring the precariat, if you want to use that language, or the permanently unemployed and so on. The rollout of the United Front across the country, at least now in 15 townships, is about cementing these alliances on the ground. So some of the struggles, for example, that are taking place out of the United Front around toilets for people, okay? It's about basic jobs in some communities. It's about housing. It's about water struggles. This is what's happening on the ground, basically. So I think there's a need for more information around this. But again, I don't want to sound like I'm kind of, you know, romanticizing NUMSA and kind of presenting it as the way forward. It has its challenges and it has its problems. Finally, just to say that, you know, I don't mind engaging the EFF, but particularly if it's willing from the standpoint of humility, it's willing from the standpoint of respect, because when we launched our Marxism volume in Cape Town, Andile Ngitama was there. His one comment to me was, we have to kill you. Now, you kind of wonder, I mean, listen, you want to engage, you want to have a conversation. These are real things, comrades. Just know that.
We're a little bit over time, but we started a little bit late. The hands have been so eager. So I'm gonna come back and Carl. Okay,
So have an open discussion at this.
well, what I was going to say is exactly that. Is, you know, let's just take the people who are really wanting to speak. Carl, is it James, Ahmed, and Opa? But just keeping in mind that our lunch is waiting for us. Okay, so and we have a chance to continue discussions and after. But I think Jill and Bish, I would like you to think of just like a 1-2 minute closing. What for you has emerged that are key issues for further discussion? Not your ruling with an opinion, but things that for you have come up that you would like us to discuss more. Okay.
Thanks. I mean, I'm sorry about being insistent that it was on the non-racial question. But actually, I want to go back just a step or two to what Peter said. I mean, I think the point about colonialism is really, really important. And it's linked to this question of racial or non-racial and so on. And so, I mean, how do we think about the importance of colonialism today? And it seems to me there may be two ways into it. The one is that the process of denationalization, which George talks about, can be thought of as a kind of recolonization. In the sense that you take our indigenous capital and you take it offshore, you actually re-empower transnational corporations and Europe, the West, effectively Western governments. And we can our position, our ability to control our own economy. So in some senses, it continues that project of colonial control in different forms. The other way of thinking about it is through the question of race. I mean, it seems to me that, I really have a question, Vish. What can non-racialism mean today in South Africa? What are we talking about when we hold this term that emerged in a particular moment in our struggle and said this is the principle of the movement? I mean, South Africa is so fundamentally shaped in every way, materially, as well as symbolically, by race and racial discourse. And that seems to me to be the other, on top of what Opa said about the EFF, and I agree completely with what he said about them. The other issue, the other elephant in the room that they surface is the question of race. And they do it the question of race.
Okay.
And they do it in a very powerful way. And Vishu said, what if they take Parliament down? But I think what EFF doing is actually calling Parliament's bluff. They're calling, I mean, what is the ANC doing in Parliament? But using all of those rules and all of the decorum to avoid any accountability. So the EFF is blowing that up, it's just like exploding that. So I think that on this whole terrain of race, which I think we can only understand through understanding our colonial origins, and the way those, and apartheid, and the way those are reproduced and reconfigured all the time. And if we can't think of a politics that grapples with race as well as the material, material realities, then I think we're not going anywhere. And that's where, I think that to me is where the clout and populism are important. You have to understand, like, what is the terrain of popular discourse? What is the terrain of politics? It has to be shaped by these worlds. And that's where we have to operate from. And the EFF is doing a wonderful job of it at the moment, with all of those messes and contradictions and ungovernability and fearsome elements. And I hope that NUMSA is also able to, the virtue of the NUMSA project is that it's thinking about the project as not an immediate one, but it's a long-term project. And that it deserves some deep thought. But then there is, how do you engage with these things on this terrain?
Yes, I just wanted to come back to your response to my question briefly. And so key to your response was this concept of the ruling bloc. You were claiming that populism arose from the fact that there was some level of antagonism that might, in other situations, be capable of being neutralised, but because there's a division in the ruling bloc, it couldn't be. And therefore, there was an attempt to tap into some force outside of that ruling bloc. I just wanted to, point out that that concept has a history before Le Clan, and it's used in a very systematic way by Pradhan Sas in Political Power and Social Classes, published in '68, I believe.
And it's more, it's a concept about political forces, and it's a more concrete concept than either the concept of a type or a form of state. Right? So it's a very interesting claim that you're making that, okay, people hearing that phrase for the first time might think, okay, well, you've got to understand what that means. But within the context of that book, which is a very systematically laid out book, unlike, for example, the Gramsci notebooks that have been referred to much more often today, it's a very interesting claim that, again, would require a bit more explanation for me to be more satisfied. Right.
I'm going with Carl, I'm going to raise it from the mic.
Then issue your apologies to Canada.
Okay, well, sorry, Canada. I mean, I completely agree with Oldby. In fact, he convinced me of this at the last Tribe of Bulls, that one of the problems with the NUMSA moment is this kind of insurrection by timetable. And I think we rightly make a critique of that. At the same time, I mean, we also need to see that within the EFF, they've not been afraid of holding up the dangerous classes. And Malema's recent comment about how, we must be worried about unled revolution. But I'd like to push us a little bit beyond that. And I want to come back to this point about NUMSA EFF in a second. I want to say something just picking up from what Carl said about EFF and Parliament, and it seems even beyond them holding the ANC to account in Parliament, something else is happening there. Parliament, as since 1994, immediately after that period, appeared as almost an anemic body. They could scarcely claim to represent the constituent forces that created the institution. Today, however, Parliament, as a consequence of the EFF, is actually being watched, debated, and actually seen as a site of political struggle. To the EFF's major innovation on the political terrain has been transforming Parliament into a site of political protest, albeit a kind of leadership-driven protest, given the actual extent. It'd be interesting if, and this is just a kind of suggestion, if we could see forms of mobilization going on outside as well to complement what's going on inside. On the question of EFF and non-racialism, I mean, within South Africa, the debate about non-racialism gets very complicated. Given my own political formation in the Black consciousness milieu, we never saw the NIC as strongly non-racial. In fact, partly the form of our critique coming out of also the National Forum of the Congress tradition is that in spite of holding up the principle of non-racialism, if you look at the Freedom Charter, if you look at the ways in which it continued to think in terms of Indian, colored, so forth, that it actually was multiracial, and that was its political vision. In fact, the BC movement, which was often seen as a kind of reverse racism, had a far more sophisticated concept of non-racialism. And that is one that saw non-racialism as something of an aspiration, but also recognized the challenges that we had to organize within the South African context. That meant that you couldn't simply adopt a color-blind framework. And I mean, we can have the debate about non-racialism at another point. But I think what's important and what I want us, or I'd like to push us towards, is to shift the debate away from the EFF versus NUMSA. That is not the debate for me, nor our political challenge. It seems to me that when I say our political challenge, I do mean the left, however we want to define it. But it seems to me that the challenge then is how do we create a common political flow where the EFF, NUMSA, as well as, the remnants of the social movements, which, by the way, it's later than 2004, in my opinion, the decline. It's probably from about 2006 onwards when the decline really, but that's another set of debates. But it's really about how do we bring these new constituent forces onto a common floor that is about making radical joint campaigns. And I think at the moment, and my real concern from both within NUMSA and within the EFF is that there is a kind of competitive relationship that is taking hold in relation to each other. And I think that would be a mistake.
No, it's fine. Okay, I mean, I think Ahmed touched on the NIC and non-nationalism. In fact, one must remember that Naples Rossis is a polemic against that one. So to hold up the NIC and non-nationalism, I think the bit of a stretching point. No one believes that NIC and all those things. When people organize and debated these issues, and I was saying people refer to the motivation. I also find it quite interesting that we would be so afraid of Parliament coming down. You know, you see, there's a problem with the EFF. I mean, if you leave aside, but one has to understand the EFF in spite of itself. It has to be analyzed as a historic process rather than the CIC and the other commissariat and all the things they've done for the agency. I think we have to try and understand that what is actually unfolding is that the Marikana has summed up a profound kind of shift in the terrain of South African politics. And the various currents EFF are playing out this shift. I mean, in ways that sometimes not easy to tell, ways from an end, in ways that are determined by the struggles of the social forces within, without. I think Marikana is far from finished. It's playing itself out in the social structure, in the way the ANC is going to figure, in the way bourgeois Germany is going to be organized. There's a long narrative there. And you must understand the EFF is part of it. For me, it's interesting, for instance, that I think what the EFF is doing about Parliament is all over the commentary thesis on Parliament. It's called a revolutionary parliamentarism. You know, the stormings out, the demonstrations in the Parliament. There's a whole body of literature on this. Now, whether EFF believes revolutionary parliamentarism, and 5% military doesn't matter. If it doesn't need, but really, what I hope is that when the NUMSA moment comes on street, not too long a term in the long run, but not too long a term, it comes with people understand the importance of the traditional revolutionary parliamentarism. That in context where the working class is not dominant in parliament, how does it speak to the mass? How does it shift consciousness? How does it bring the fundamental question it's facing the country onto everybody's table every day when they eat in their houses? And it's not done by being afraid of bringing down parliament. I mean, I don't understand how socialists can be, you know, when parliamentary criticism, you so obsessed with parliament and the decorum of parliament, whether you wear a t-shirt and not wear a t-shirt, doesn't matter what happens outside. So I would say for me that, I hope that NUMSA comes to the party. I'm just worried about the historical process. It's too stylized. And we know who we tried this project.
We said it's purpose, and I'm really going to have to be the last one because we have the whole afternoon to continue the debates, okay?
Sure, thank you. I thought that something must be said about any investment to the disintegration of an ability to formulate the united front. And a theoretical investment in the possibility of that, as Ahmed is saying. And I think my frustration with the purity of the old left is those who were marginalized in the SACP. And then what the disintegration of Purwa. So there are also people amongst us who maybe still carry the bitterness of not having been able to control the SACP. Maybe the entire Congress who lost before. It seems to me that the wisdom is of this moment, but not the wisdom, but my interest is how all the forces are able to come together to constitute an alternative and replay a specific politics and open up the future further than what the EFF has done. We've never claimed that we are it and we are the final product. But to hear lumped nationalists, all those things, I don't know. It's a question if people are doing organic intellectual work
and our understanding forces of change from the lived experience of the people and so on and so forth. I'm happy that that intervention has come, and we must sharpen that contradiction. We must not withdraw. We must actually face it. What do you mean, and what are you doing, and what are the implications of such claims, particularly because Vish has the ear of those comrades in this. Thank you very much.
So Vish and Jill, I'm sure it's very tempting to respond, but I'm going to ask you not to respond. I'm going to ask you really just to identify out of this incredibly rich discussion a few key points that you would love to see us to continue to discuss this afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon.
Or in general as we continue.
Well, I mean, I think the first issue for me is globalization and the restructuring of global capitalism and how that is impacting on the racial dynamics in the world. I mean, I think that, you know, and I mentioned this at the beginning of my talk, there is a resurgence of varieties of fascism, if you like, in the world, on the planet. And I think it's important for us to keep that in view and to think with it and so on. And I think that it's important for us to really try to understand how transnational class and transnational rule is impacting particularly on the global peripheries. And that has, if you like, the racism of neoliberalism has to be unpacked, actually. The second quick point is around traditions of anti-apartheid, if you like, okay? I think that we have various traditions in South Africa. And I think every tradition has made a very, very important contribution to the struggle. I don't think we should dismiss and disregard the various traditions that we've had in this country. I think it's important going forward that as part of the intellectual project, that maybe as part of the ambition of the space, that we revisit these traditions, but in the context of contemporary South Africa. I mean, how does Black consciousness speak to the structures of contemporary capitalism, and how does it understand the questions that it's been posing for the existentializing of human beings? How does the non-racial tradition in contemporary South Africa speak to the various challenges we face? I mean, there is a reproduction of class privilege in the society at the top. Okay, there's a reproduction of white power in the society. How does non-racialism speak to that question? And I also think that there is a tradition of anti-racism that also came out of our struggle. Again, I mean, I think all these traditions need to find their way forward, and I'm agreeing with Carl that race is salient, it's present, it's an issue. But I think what we do need are multiple conversations, and we need also to re-engage in grassroots politics that revisits these questions. Thanks, that ensures renewal.
So just very quickly, I thought, Carl, I really appreciated your formulation of denationalization as a new form of colonialism, and I think it's really useful. And, you know, Marikana really exemplifies the way in which histories of racialized dispossession and racial oppression are very much ongoing processes, which of course ties into all the debates about racial, the non-racial and all of that. What seemed to me to be really have been missing from our discussion that I would love to see us take up seriously after the break are questions of how gender and sexuality tie into these issues. And not gender, not just in terms of the impact on women, but in terms of the ways in which the meanings of masculinity and femininity are tied in with the way power works in practice. And it seems to me that this is important in relation both to the EFF and to NUMSA. And Sikukazi Magadla, for instance, has come up with a very powerful critique of the way of the masculinist tendencies that are very much at the forefront today. So many, many thanks to Jill and to Vish and to all of you for an incredible discussion. And we're going to break for lunch. If we can come back at 1:30, but many, many thanks.
I
No, that's how you get people to settle down.
It's part of our culture. I think most people here would understand that.
Let's start the singing.
Start singing some serious SACP songs.
No, I think the SACP,
Okay, we're going to start. Please settle down. Okay. Okay, so this afternoon's session is titled Thinking with and Against Nationalism. And we have three very interesting speakers to lead us in our discussions. This morning's session also set the pace, I think, really nicely. So I'd like to stick to that format of speakers having 15 minutes each, and then we'll reserve most of the time for open discussion. So I'm going to ask Amit to start off. Amit Viriava from the Politics Department.
Hi. So my talk is very much a provocation, and so it should be taken in that spirit. Okay. In the realm of South African politics, with the debatable exception of the 1996 Constitution, there is no document more sacred than the Freedom Charter. 20 years after the official end of apartheid, the Charter enjoys the peculiar privilege of being a powerful signifier in the ruling party's accounts of its own legitimacy and the point around which an antagonistic critique of the post-1994 order often gathers form. Setting the terms of the debate on the question of transition in the apartheid era, as you know, the SACP put forward, actually goes further back, but the SACP put forward that South Africa represented a colonialism of a special type, and that the battle against it would follow a two-stage process. First, a national democratic revolution would, through a multi-class alliance, work to resolve the national question and the problem of white settler domination of the indigenous population. This would be superseded by a second stage to bring about a socialist economic order. I'm, of course, simplifying things somewhat. The Freedom Charter, as well as this wider perspective within which it was often read, Jill's comments yesterday notwithstanding, give the terms and broad frames through which the Congress movement constructed a shared set of meanings about the nature of the political wrong it constituted in opposition to, and the strategic mode of its response in establishing an alternative model of society. Rather than fade in the democratic era, however, these terms have become increasingly bitter points of contestation, shaping not only the battles around the ruling party and its alliance partners, but the very terms of contemporary political discourse. Now, of course, one of the things, the criticisms that have been raised is that although what I'm speaking about belongs to formations and a layer of militants, sometimes the claims coming from below don't exactly take this form, and I take that point. Nonetheless, in a recently published book, Roger Southall cautioned against making too much of such tropes, the NDR, Freedom Charter, CST, which he characterizes as a struggle theater. Following many others, he reminds us that officials in the ANC often make recourse to the historical narrative of the Congress tradition and the public representation of the party and government, or else particular dimensions of the liberation movement script are used to justify certain policies when it is helpful to do so. Southall therefore suggests that we separate the rhetorical forms that often accompany the public presentation of policy from the actual practices of the ANC government and focus our analysis on the latter. So don't worry about their discourse, focus on what they're actually doing. While Southall's position, as well as Patrick Bond's more critical characterization of the ANC's politics as a talking left and a walking right, dismisses the importance of such struggle theater to what is really going on behind the scenes, that is the whole question of governmental practice, it is important not to lose sight of the function of the public performance. Part of the ANC's mode of self-representation
and also the form of its claim to legitimacy, is that it is, as liberation movement, custodian of the legitimate aspirations of the people, suppressed under apartheid, but championed by the Congress movement in the struggle against white colonial domination. Within this narrative, the Freedom Charter plays a crucial role, as do concepts like the NDR, which have, over the course of the last 2 decades, been mobilized in a wide variety of ways to support ANC-driven policies and insulate them from critique from the left. For many, however, the insult added to the injury of introducing unpopular policies like GEAR was that the bending of governmental practice to adjust to a neoliberal rationality during the transition was put forward as the practical translation of the aspirations of the liberation movement. That is, it was a deepening of the NDR or a working towards realizing the Freedom Charter. Under the ANC, and this is an important point, the government of the state has been marked by a specific relation between 2 poles, between, on the one hand, the technical rationalities of modern neoliberal governmentality, and on the other, forms of nationalist mobilization and acclamation. And it is with respect to this relation that the ANC has attempted to maintain the idea of an equivalence between the people as the bearer of sovereignty, the party as the custodian of the legitimate aspirations of the people, and the state, which under the ANC is seen as a key vehicle for the NDR. Now, one of the ironic outcomes of this relation between governmental practice and liberation discourse of the Congress movement is that it helped prepare the terrain of oppositional political subjectification. Those who stand up today to oppose governmental policies often do so by adopting the very terms that characterize the hegemony of the ANC. Not surprisingly then, on one side of the political reconfiguration underway in relation to EFF, NUMSA, and so on, we see a subject who, in opposing the shape of governmental practice since 1994, claims fidelity to the Freedom Charter and the politics of the Congress movement more generally. Now, moving on to the next section called Asijiki. The term Asijiki, often translated in the media as no turning back, has become an increasingly common refrain. Its present popularity is in no small part due to its mobilization by the EFF. It acts there as a declaration as well as a form of affirmation of militant political speech. Paraphrasing the explanation that Mseni Ndlozi, the EFF national spokesperson, offered me, for the party's youth members, it represents both the relation to the world of the ANC and a disposition. Firstly, then, it is about the departure and the declaration that a bond has been irreparably broken. However, it also represents an attitude and an antagonistic, militant, uncompromising disposition. Significantly, it has been taken up by NUMSA, although I should mention not with the EFF style and certainly not to the same extent. There again, Asijiki might be read as both a statement of political will and a refusal to back down. And while I have no evidence that the miners who recently caught the public imagination both in Marikana and the strike wave that it set off used this declarative affirmation, they too might be seen to represent this attitude. At emerging poles of a political reconfiguration, Asijiki stands out as a marker of a moment. So not NUMSA moment, not the EFF moment, Asijiki moment. Paradoxically, however, many of the political claims coming from outside of the ANC and from EFF and NUMSA and even beyond continue to reflect, in spite of what was said yesterday, deep investments in the terms of the Congress tradition. Now, of course, some of the claims coming from below don't take this form, but a lot of them do. My point is simply this. Much of the political energy that belongs to the present inside and outside of the ANC remains bound to the terms and cultures and the ways of thinking of the Congress tradition. Proclaiming a refusal to turn back, the politics in the present often finds it difficult to leave. Reopening the constituent process. Now, doubtless there is much that is positive and worth recovering in the Congress tradition. And in both the imaginings of the process around the writing of the Freedom Charter and in the document itself, one also finds points of inspiration. Of course, the critical history of the Freedom Charter is far more complicated and perhaps also contradictory than the nationalists imagined one. When we invoke the Freedom Charter, we do well because it's good to remind our rulers of the aspirations that they claim to stand for. However, to the Congress tradition also belong real limits and pitfalls. And I'm by no means a charterist. For instance, from the Congress tradition, a deep-seated investment in forms of vanguardism has been passed down, infecting both the EFF and, I would argue, also NUMSA. But the problem for me runs even deeper and touches on the ways in which we come to understand and do politics. Part of the radical challenge presented by the present is the ways in which the narratives through which the post-apartheid state claims continuity with the struggle against apartheid are being put into question by emerging movements. We have, for instance, seen in both the EFF and NUMSA a self-conscious mobilization of the traditions and discourse of the Congress movement in proclaiming that the ANC in power has betrayed the aspirations of the struggle. Returning us to those aspirations then become the motive for radical political action. It is of course true, as Gillian Hart has observed, that the hegemony of the ANC is unraveling, potentially opening up new possibilities and paths on the left. However, this fact is best taken with its irony. Under the apartheid, the dominance of the Congress tradition's strategic vision was always part of a fight still to be won within the broader liberation movement, with strong critiques being made of its problematic conception of race or limited perspective on economic transformation, and with alternative visions being put forward of a free South Africa or a free Azania. Today, by contrast, the terms of the Congress tradition have gained a sacredness that makes of them a kind of transcendent foundation for a wide range of political claims. Not all political claims, but a wide range of them. From the formation of COPE to the breakaway of NUMSA and the EFF from the ANC, the political claim that is often grounded political action takes the forms of narratives of betrayal of the Freedom Charter, or sometimes simply of the struggle, as a preface to a true account of the people's constitutive, or even we could say constituent, political aspirations during the struggle. Here the idea of the struggle takes on mythic proportion, as the time in which the political foundations of the present community were established, where the principles for making of a new political order were expressed, and where the people, in their ethical fullness and sacred unity, set the terms of the political project that presumably we must all work faithfully to realize today. Now, I suggest that there have been no political betrayals. There have been. Or that politics only ever instrumentally turns to the struggle in validating contemporary political claims. And like Joe would say, this is not simply an interpolation from above. There's a lot that's going on below. And where aspects of the past have been made a political issue, we can't just turn politics away from it. That would imply a depoliticizing gesture. You know, and like Whiteside, we just need to get over the past already. All right. It seems to me, however, that one pernicious aspect of the borrowed structures of left political claims is the ways it works to neutralize our sense of our power in the present to set the foundation of a new political forms. To write in the present a new freedom charter beyond the nationalism and stages reconciliations of our contemporary political discourse. That is, along this line of claim making, we follow the logic of a much wider push to neutralize our sense of what is sometimes called constituent power. To give you a better sense of what is at stake, I want to quote briefly from Michael Hart, reflecting on debates on the place of constituent power in revolutionary transition. And this is what he says, starting quote, "A conventional view of revolution conceives revolution and government in temporal sequence. Rebellion is necessary to overthrow the old regime, but when it falls and the new government is formed, rebellion must cease. In other words, the constituent power of the revolution must yield to the newly constituted power," end quote. Now, within the normal run of liberal democracy, government or constituted power must establish a relation to constituent power as the basis of its legitimacy. But it must also suppress it in the present and push it onto some transcendent plane, so that it only persists in the present as a thin shadow of itself in the form of parliament. This is how the revolutionary process ends, or rather, this is how the revolutionary process is ended. Now, I think that maybe here is where my Negri meets Joel Gramsci. That is, in the desire to found a politics that would move in the direction, to borrow a phrase from Peter Thomas, institutions of constituent power and the imminent expansion rather than constitutional limitation. The problem with many contemporary political claims is that they implicitly locate the power to express the terms of a political project not in the present, but in the transcendent unity of the people in the struggle against apartheid, in the moment of the Freedom Charter, or simply in the abstract fullness of the Zionist struggle. I would like to think that a more productive way of seeing things is that if anything can be said to have characterized something as heterogeneous as the struggle, it was the fact that the constituent process was still open. The tragedy of the 1990s is how, through a combination of demobilization from above and self-discipline and censure from below, that process was closed. The challenge of the present is to regain its confidence, to set the terms of a new political project, and to reopen the constituent process. Hannah Arendt once remarked that revolutionaries are those who know when power is lying in the street. The other side of this intuition was for her the losing of power on the part of a ruling authority, linked in part to a form of subjective disinvestment of the people in the government of the day. Although we are very far from a revolution, and the present contains as much pitfalls as it does political opportunities, there is room for optimism. A new cycle of political struggles is beginning, setting off new political experiments and transforming our repertoires of tactics in collective forms. To the present, there also belongs a new layer of militants mixed in with the old, who are, however hesitantly, stooping down to pick up what's lying in the street. A lot depends on what happens next. Thanks.
Thanks, Amit. The only way to get Amit to stick to time is to put him on a pen. We're going to ask Tasneem to follow. Tasneem is also from the politics department.
For today.
No, shift up.
There is one. It's on your Facebook. So I'll be speaking about many of the debates and discussions that we've been having around the EFF, fascism, populism, and so on. So I'll be reading mostly. You'll bear with me. The EFF has become the subject of much debate and discussion since their launch in July of last year. In a little over a year, they have come to dominate the public discourse and argumentation around themselves. Despite only gaining or amazingly gaining, depending on your own perspective, just over 6% of the national vote in 2014, there has been a public and academic preoccupation with the EFF. Since I've started my master's research on this topic, it has been difficult to find a single person who did not have a strong opinion on the EFF, regardless of what that opinion is. Critiques and appraisals of the EFF have come from all sections of society, often painting the situation with a broad brush. With this in mind, it becomes necessary to probe the nature and content of the debate around the EFF, their character, and what the EFF means in the current South African context. This presentation then is a provocation to delve deeper into our own theoretical and conceptual lenses around the EFF and what we use to discuss and analyze the EFF and their politics. I will focus this discussion around two central points, the EFF and fascism and the EFF and populism. Ultimately, I will attempt to argue two things. Firstly, that the line of thinking that states that the EFF is fascist is not only conceptually weak, but also at times lacking in substance, and is unuseful in analyzing the EFF currently. Secondly, I will argue that wholly pejorative understandings of the EFF and populism are too somewhat unfounded, and I will attempt to show that the EFF can be understood as a left populist formation through the use of Leclerc's work on populist reason. Of course, this was drafted prior to our discussions over the last 2 days around Leclerc's work. So I think bear in mind the critiques that have been presented, particularly by Peter Hudson and others around Leclerc, in also critiquing my own work, which will obviously be added in after this very useful few days. So I'll begin with the EFF and fascism. So various political commentators have argued that the EFF is essentially a fascist or proto-fascist organization. This has come from various sources, Imran Bakkers, your right-wingers, Gareth van Anselen, etc. And whilst they differ on why and how the EFF can be considered a fascist organization, there's a fundamental agreement that the EFF is drawing together the anger of disenfranchised poor members of society with an aspirant bourgeoisie leadership in a way that does not represent a genuine leftist politics, but rather a deeply nationalist one rooted in a disdain and dissent against the enemy, So the creation of a people against an enemy in a way that doesn't have a leftist formation, I quote, but rather has a reactionary element of fascism behind it. The distinguishing feature of the fascist term for these writers is apparently a volatile mix of black bourgeoisie, BE beneficiaries and tenderpreneurs with disempowered, marginalized poor people who have little access to a class consciousness. In addition, it has been argued that the EFF is preying on these poor and disenfranchised members of society whilst using matters of political expediency such as Marikana as a way to gain popular traction behind their project of fascism. So I'm giving the argument that has been given. A further argument has been made around the EFF and fascism is that their hyper-militaristic nature, together with some of their policy positions involving their stance on Zimbabwe and ZANU-PF, for example, represent a fascist or neo-fascist turn. The youth hyper-militarism in this context is seen as a worrying sign of lumpen behavior with no intention for revolutionary action. Finally, some have argued that the EFF is fascist from a purely aesthetic account. The style, prose, and dress and theatre of the EFF to them indicates proto-fascism. The analysis of the EFF as a fascist organization has also been disputed. Richard Pitthouse, Achille Mbembe, Anthony Butler, and others who have argued that the EFF's political project is fundamentally divergent from fascism given their progressive policy positions on various issues, including homosexuality, patriarchy, anti-xenophobia, etc., as well as their public characterization as a Marxist-Leninist Fanonian organization. Rather than being a fascist organization, then the EFF represents some shift towards leftist politics in the democratic dispensation, even if this is somewhat idealistic. Moreover, it is precisely the threat to the status quo that the EFF offers that is the reason for this delegitimization through the charge of fascism. Arguing that the EFF is fascist then is abusive and does not have a sound theoretical basis. Prominent members of the EFF, including Mbuyiseni, have defended the EFF from the charge of fascism. Andile Ntutama has argued that those who see the EFF as fascist are genuinely afraid of a black militant revolutionary movement, and Mbuyiseni has argued that the ANC's critique of the EFF as fascist is the ANC themselves reaching an ideological cul-de-sac. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Commissar. So I think a number of further points can be raised around the argument that the EFF is a fascist organization. Firstly, the creation of a people against an enemy does not logically imply fascism, but can indicate other forms of popular mobilization. And this is what I will argue later. Secondly, much of the argumentation relies on a European model of fascism and only gets to an aesthetic level of understanding, using an ideal type and trying to fit the EFF into this ideal European type of fascism. So the argument goes, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. I would argue that behind the berets, and if we were still to argue the culture of masculinity and hyper-nationalism, the EFF can claim much that falls outside of fascism. On a paper level, their policies and organizational principles, while it's not ideal to everyone on the left, are not immediately right-wing, reactionary, or fascist. For example, a quick scan of the 2014 election results again will show that the EFF's major strongholds, far from being in the lumpen sections of society and only in disgruntled youth, the EFF actually has a lot of popular support in areas where there's an organized working class. We can see this in the mining areas of the Northwest. So the EFF draws together segments of the organized working class and the trade union movement with disgruntled unemployed youth and the large swaths of unemployed youth that are looking for some political project to buy into. If one moves away from trying to fit the EFF into an ideal European type, it is difficult to find a sound conceptual framework within which one can understand the EFF as fascist. It is also an unuseful analysis that does not take us very far in understanding the EFF, its popular appeal, or how it gains its popular appeal. Fogel makes an important point that the argument around fascism does little to grapple with the challenges and debates around nationalism in South Africa, and that the EFF can better be understood through understanding nationalism rather than fascism. So I'll move now to arguments around populism. So a further prominent argument made around the EFF is that they are populist. This is often conflated with fascism. So the argument is that the EFF is a politically a popular project inspired by deep socioeconomic inequality in South Africa that allows for populism to flourish. This is being exploited and utilized by, and I quote, demagogic leaders such as the Commander-in-Chief Julius Malema. The use of populism negatively within the realm of public discourse around populism is not new. Michael Duramo makes the argument that populism has come to mean a political abomination, a meaning which it has acquired over many years. As will be outlined later, not only is there a need to question why populism has an immediately pejorative connotation in South Africa, but also how the EFF can be considered populist, and is there a way to understand the popular mobilization of the EFF without immediately drawing it into fascist and pejorative arguments. So these arguments around populism are open to similar critique around arguments around fascism. Firstly, is there a sound theoretical basis to the arguments that the EFF is populist, sorry. So whilst Malema may be a popular figure, it seems a leap to immediately go to this is populism, this is demagogy, this is fascism, and so on. We need to question what is the legitimacy behind the claims that the EFF is simply manipulating the aspirations of the poor. Is there any sound empirical basis to this claim? And does this take us far in analyzing the EFF as an emerging force in South Africa? Having said this, I do believe that there can be a strong theoretical formulation of populism that is far more critical of the landscape and understanding of the EFF. So without going into too much theory, and I only have 5 minutes left, I want to tie Leclerc's work on populism to the EFF. So I'll very briefly, and I won't do any justice to Leclerc, but I'll very briefly outline the basis of my argument here. So my immediate pull towards using Leclerc is that you can understand populism not only as a certain type of right-wing or reactionary formation, but as a way of constructing the social that can indicate leftist populism. For Leclerc, Leclerc does not constrain populism within any specific existing political movement or ideological bloc, but rather argues that it is a political form under which many configurations of content may exist. A movement for Leclerc is not populist because of its contents, but because of its mode of articulation and representation of that content. Leclerc sets out a number of critical features of populism within his theoretical framework. So he starts with social demands and social agents, and then the drawing together of different social demands. I have to go quickly because I don't have much time. And eventually, these social demands, unsatisfied social demands, create an equivalential chain. This chain is critical to the formation of populism for Leclerc. So, I mean, I hope that people have read Leclerc so that I can skim over this. The equivalential chain links together various demands within a solidarity that, if remains unsatisfied, despite the particularity of the demand, each demand forms part of a larger set of social claims. And then another important part of Leclerc here is on the creation of popular subjectivity. The creation of the populist leader through empty signifiers from the social demand and the equivalential chain, together with the creation of a popular subjectivity outside of the populist leader. So Leclerc argues that the logical conclusion of empty and floating signifiers within the chain of equivalence is that a populist leader emerges as the ultimate empty signifier of a movement. A people, therefore, identify with the populist leader through the empty and floating signifiers that are part of the construction of a popular identity. So the very brief outline of Leclerc's work on populism is useful as a theoretical framework to analyze the EFF on 2 levels. Firstly, Leclerc offers a way of understanding the EFF as a popular movement without prematurely going to degrading forms of arguments around the EFF and populism. Hence, while we may not disagree that the EFF mobilizes people behind a certain political project and against an enemy or an other, it does not mean that this is fascist by nature. In addition, Leclerc's conception can account for the form of the EFF. We can disregard for the moment the debate around the EFF's actual commitment to the leftist agenda. Populism is a form of constructing the social. The EFF is constructing its social in this way. Various social demands coming together to form one movement against an enemy or enemies with a populist leader at the front of it. The EFF does not have a singular goal, however, has many forms of social demands under the banner of economic freedom, for example. So using the cloud as a framework can account for figures like Julius Malema within the EFF, as well as the nature of the EFF on the ground. There can be no doubt that Malema is a popular figure. Using the cloud, we can attach some meaning and understanding to this and how the EFF is constructing the social. Importantly, and I'll end here, the cloud framework allows us to delve deeper into the political subjectivity of the EFF. Often the preoccupation with Malema and members of the Central Command team in naming them demagogues, populists, autocrats, and so on, we miss a crucial point that the EFF has supporters and members who are drawn to the organization for various reasons. Leclerc makes reference to a collective popular subjectivity. It is here that I think we can find much value in understanding the EFF. The construction of the people has to do with the populist leader, but of course goes much deeper than this. So just to sum up then, it's a provocation about the fascist argument, which I found very often in the academic space, and also to question what our theoretical basis to our arguments is. Thank you.
Thanks, Taz. Okay, take our last speaker, Dale McKinley, who's an independent researcher and activist, and sometimes academic.
My apologies to begin with if my presentation is not as lively as normally would be the case. It's been a rough few days, just having lost a very close comrade yesterday. So if I could just, my own presentation might just be a little bit subdued. Those who know me generally know that it's not that at all. I have decided to present here what I had done a couple of years ago, in fact, or at least the basis of it a couple of years ago, which was on revisiting the entire notion of nationalism and the nation state, to remind ourselves as lefties, progressives, whatever we want to call ourselves, of the fundamental axis upon which much of the politics of what I would call the nationalist movement, within which I would include the ANC, the EFF, and many others, operates. Because I think that both theoretically and practically we have forgotten this in the context of a general anti-apartheidism and the rebuilding in the post-1994 period of some kind of different kind of South Africa. Let me just start by talking about, first of all, the foundation, the theoretical foundation from which I'm starting. Nationalism in conceptual and theoretical terms is predicated on the assumption that the most fundamental divisions of humankind are the vertical cleavages that divide people into ethno-nationalist groups or departments. In other words, the point here basically is that it's not some kind of natural human phenomenon or attribute. It is a social, political, ideational construction. Once that nation state has been physically constructed, i.e. political sovereign, nationalism then provides the glue by which it rationalizes, maintains, and reproduces itself. It thus becomes a political ideology. An ideology of the nation, which requires an identity with and loyalty to the nation. In other words, the development of a national consciousness. In turn, this gives rise to the centrality of the national interest and the political duty towards the polity of that given nation. This is borrowed from Hofstadter in particular. As nation states have developed from previous social societal forms of feudalism and otherwise, which can be conceptualized as a response to a systemic crisis, in other words, between the masses and a disciplinary power that desires to oppress and exploit. This was made possible by, and this is quoting Hart and Negri, by the synthesis of the political sovereign, i.e. the modern nation state, and capital. The content that fills and sustains the form of that sovereign authority is represented by capitalist development, and the affirmation of the market is the foundation of the values of that social reproduction. Now, if we place that within the context and the development of the modern nation state, i.e. within the development of capitalism itself, nationalism is symbiotic with that development. Since the bourgeoisie has been, and still largely remains, the main architect and sustainer of nationalism, nationalism is fundamenting the ideology of that bourgeoisie. Nationalism has been and remains a device for that bourgeoisie to identify their own class of interest as the interest of the entire society. So, any national state is but a reflection of the national society which gives it both form and life, politically, socially, culturally, and economically. The state cannot be separated from the capitalist mode of production. And as such, as Bob Jessup argues, state power must assume a central role in capital accumulation. Indeed, the entire concept of nation, whether applied to its early modernist development or in Europe or later anti-colonial liberation movement forms in the South, has always represented itself as a concept of capitalist modernization. Quote, bringing together the interclass demands of political unity and the needs of economic development. In other words, the modern nation state and nationalism have, quote, totalized the identity of both the territory and the population, and thus has reinforced its own naturalization alongside that of capitalism itself. In other words, while we as lefties tend to see capitalism as a natural thing, we tend to see nationalism as not the same. And what my argument is, they're one and the same. They're both sides of the same coin. And this has fundamental repercussions for the kinds of politics that emanate from that nationalist framework as a result. Let me just go back to Rosa Luxemburg very quickly, because I think she framed this in a very, very direct and appropriate way. She recognized, and this is linked to the more contemporary development of internationalized, globalized capitalism in the context of industrial revolution, and I'm quoting here directly from her, capitalism demands for its proper development not only markets, but also the whole apparatus of the modern state. The bourgeois needs for its normal existence not only strictly economic conditions, but also an equal measure of political conditions for its class rule. The specific form of national aspirations, the true class of interest of the bourgeoisie, is state independence. The nation state is only and also simultaneously an indispensable historical form in which the bourgeoisie passes over from the national offensive to the offensive position, from protection and concentration of its own nationality, which was the early forms of capitalism, to political contest and domination, which was, quote, in the imperialist and neoliberal forms of capitalism. So, building on this kind of much later in the 20th century possibility shows how the, quote, internationalization of capital increases pressure on the state to maintain conditions favorable to capitalist investment. And we know in how that plays itself out in avoiding all political constraints and controls and moving around them as neoliberal capitalism has done. However, in order for those ruling classes to sustain this displacement of recurring capitalist crisis, and here I would disagree with the notion that finance capital that is moving out of South Africa and the South and going to the West is a process of denationalization. To me, it's a process of shifting of capital within nationalist context and within an overall framework. It's not denationalizing, it's a renationalization by a different form. So in that context, this displacement of recurring capitalist crises, which pushes capital all over the place, there's the need to constantly construct a capitalist hegemony that is bonded to the nation state and nationalism. And this involves political, intellectual, and moral leadership, where such leadership is exercised through the development and mobilization of a national popular project, which specifies a set of goals as being in the national interest. So, for example, in the EFF manifesto, the key thing is economic emancipation of the nation. This is the fundamental rationale for the entire program. It therefore locates itself specifically within this theoretical conceptual framework. As part of maintaining this national popular project, the ruling classes in control of the nation state must, besides the use of occasional violent force to suppress any real radical counter-revolution, counter-hegemonic force and struggle, ensure that the capitalist accumulation process is able to open up material concessions to various sectors of the populace. As a result, consequently, states cannot afford to disrupt the underlying accumulation process in the economy in the long term without losing the resources to win political support. What they can do, of course, is redistribute the pie. What they can do is adopt a national welfare system. What they can do, of course, is nationalize particular kinds of industries to redirect that capital within a nation-state context. This fundamentally, the question I'm asking is whether or not this constitutes any kind of left politics whatsoever. Because it's assumed, it seems to me, that this is simply left politics, and therefore we assume that the notion of nationalization is a progressive thing in and of itself, just depending upon who's in control. So the key role of the state in the capitalist society is to politically manage the form and content of capitalist rule, which includes securing those conditions of accumulation in times of crisis, and we are in times of crisis consistent crisis, and the maintenance of social cohesion to the greatest extent possible of that national society. Its effectiveness in doing so ultimately depends on defining and sustaining the political and ideological framework within which conflicts between particular interests and the so-called general interests are fought out. Success in this regard translates into the legitimation of sacrifices in the short term in order to protect and sustain the long-term interests of both the rulers and of capital itself. Now, just to apply, and you can tell me that when time, but in applying in the case of South Africa and our subcontinent, because I think it needs a practical frame here, is nationalism in the case of Southern Africa, and particularly anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist struggles, did have and can have politically radical and progressive politics, but it cannot, and it does not, form any foundational political and ideological basis for the struggle against capitalism. Indeed, it not only perpetuates, but it has solidified capitalism. And if we need any reminder of this, we can only look at the last 40 years of post-independence politics in sub-Saharan Africa and look where the national liberation movements that had all the rhetoric, all the same manifestos, the MPLA, Frelimo, ZANU-PF, ANC, you name it, in very different forms, in different ways, have more or less all ended up in very different forms of the same kind of rule with varying degrees of intensity and oppression. Whether it's an oil mafia state, as the MPLA has become in Angola, which is bordering on fascist in every theoretical and practical sense of the term, or whether it's aspects of what I would call proto-fascism that is inherent in any kind of that particular nationalist liberatory, so-called liberatory politics. This is the case precisely because nationalism is an ideology, even if some of its political forms can and do contest segments of capitalist power. Notice the difference of the bourgeoisie. In other words, because nationalism is an ideology of that bourgeoisie, and it serves to reproduce the conditions of that accumulation and legitimacy through the aegis and form of the nation state. This becomes then the natural basis for societal order, identity, and business. The nation acts as a political and institutional manager of the crisis of capitalism. It manages the crisis by ideologically masking it through empty appeals to a common sovereign nationalism. We are the people, we are South Africans, we must defend our political sovereignty. Against what exactly? Through adapting national and popular objectives to changing reproduction requirements of capitalism. Not, in other words, not changing capitalism itself, but changing reproduction of nature and then splitting the pie differently, depending upon who's in power and who's got what position. The nation and nationalism thus represent the core means and ends for accepted and meaningful participation in and survival of the capitalist system itself. Indeed, they are more natural in this regard than is the, quote, free market, which is the siren song of the more contemporary proponents of free market, neoliberal capitalism, because they provide the conceptual, spiritual, and material foundations upon which capitalist economics has been and continues to be built and pursued. Now, I don't have time to go into a particular, which I have offered, a particular more critique of its forms within the South African context. But let me just say this, is national seizures of power, whether they happen within an anti-colonial context or whether they will happen within a, quote, post-1994 democratic context, in other words, being elected into power in this context as a new political party, have and will in the short term open up spaces for degrees of more socially and economically progressive nationalist development, cultural democratic development. However, they cannot and does not fundamentally challenge the systemic power of international and domestic capital in the long run, because at the heart of nationalism is the desire to stake a better place and claim offensively within the system itself. And I would argue here that there's very little difference between the emphasis of the ANC in doing so historically and the new emphasis of organizations and parties like the EFF. The language is different, the politics is the same. The capitalist system at the global political and institutional level fundamentally remains a constellation of various nationalisms. The presence of socialists, communists, anarchists, whatever you want to call yourselves, commander-in-chiefists, in the management of the nation state and in the nationalist movement has proven time and again, historically, and this was my point this morning, is that leftists, we seem to have a very short-term memory. We seem to be taken by spectacle. We seem to be taken by rhetoric. We seem to be taken by the excitement of the moment, and yet we don't pay attention to what has actually happened in practice with that similar kinds of politics over time. If we do, what we can see over the last 30 years, particularly in our own neighborhood, is that the nationalist movements have proven time and again that occupying that state power makes very little difference, actually, in the end of the day, and in fact reproduces in very different forms, even with covered with the left rhetoric, exactly the same kinds of politics that they supposedly oppose. Okay, just to end up, there's nothing really revolutionary, I would argue, or really progressive about what might be considered as the most progressive national forms undertaken to create the breathing space of dealing with the crisis, this capitalist crisis. Rather, they represent temporal and defensive forms and mechanisms that are linked to specifically managed circuits of capitalist production and distribution at the local, national, regional level, which I would argue exactly what's been happening. Not surprisingly, of course, in all of this revolutionary, radical, nationalist rhetoric, who pays the price? Poor people, working people, unemployed people, always pay the price. The elites don't pay the price, the political party mandarins don't pay the price, the cadres don't pay the price. It's the poor and the working class and the broad working class that always pay that price, irrespective of the crumbs that are thrown on the table for them through job creation, through occasional welfareist distribution. Not surprisingly, it is the broad working class, therefore, that is always at the, as I say, bears that brunt of that. What we have witnessed and continue to witness is that regardless of the more recent globalizing march of capital, with its various forms and applications, it is the nation state and nationalism that remain the most fundamental institutional form and ideological content, respectively, for responding to the needs and demands of the capitalist class, irrespective of the national and international content of that in times of systemic crisis. Those were the core of that paper, but I just want just a couple of things in closing, is to say at the heart of this problematic for me is that in South African context in the left, is that most and the vast majority of the left have yet to understand one simple thing, is that a radical project, a radical empowering, poor, pro-poor, whatever you want to call it, with the people, of the people, for the people project can never and will never happen from a vanguardist position. If there is one history and lesson in history from all the way from the 1800s and back, it's this recreation of this vanguardist politics that purports to speak on behalf of the population. And let me just remind comrades that the same leaders who now stand in front of us in South Africa, whether they're ANC, it doesn't matter to me, and make these claims. You cannot separate. And there's one thing I've learned from 30 years in being involved in everything from the SACP to community organizations to a whole range of things, is that the other thing that we're not very good at the left is we try to separate the personal from the political. We listen to the person who's up on the stage. We don't pay attention to what they do in their own lives. And we cannot separate those things. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have a situation where you proclaim radical politics and then you go and you use people's money for those very things that are self-accumulation processes. You cannot go and say, viva the working class and buy a 17 million rand home. You cannot do these things and be taken seriously. And for me, those people who take those people seriously are simply being gullible. Thank you.
Okay, really great provocation. And this word provocation is becoming used more and more, which is great. Okay, so I have lots of hands already, and I've been ordered to be a strict chair. So I'm going to try to be strict. Please try to keep your inputs, questions, comments to 2 to 3 minutes. And that way I hope we were able to allow everyone to speak who'd like to speak. Okay, so I have for now Loazi, Windsor, Comna, and John. Okay, that's round.
Thanks, Lwazilusha, by getting my name. I see that there is something that maybe has to be said about what the EFF signifies to us as Black people. And I'll tell this in an allegory. If you were imagining a group of slaves with a leader walking up to the master on the veranda of his house, completely draped in his master's grave, with a top hat and a frock coat, and one of the slaves says to the master, "All these people you see behind me for long have not had a voice, have not had the determination to challenge you. Today they do have that temerity, they do have that determination." For us as Black people, who have suffered not just material dispossession, but who have also suffered the dispossession of our being, I think it signifies something more. So those analyses that limit themselves within the framework of the modern, they miss something more that lies in the excess of the political that EFF represents for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Why do we theorize? Because from the three speakers, it's very clear that the second speaker is trying to understand the new phenomenon, the EFF, and trying to make sense of it. While the first speakers are engaging in some repetition of their political perspectives. So the thing I'm trying to ask is, why do we theorize? Why and how do we theorize? In one sense, I get a feeling that we are still caught up in meta-narratives of theorization. We're theorizing structures, we're theorizing these big agents, organizations, political system, all these big concepts, and yet we keep on going back to those we are theorizing about, the marginalized, the poor, we call them. We give them names in order so that they can fit in our theorization. So why do we theorize? And to what extent is our theorization valid, reliable, or even sensible? Or are we just talking because it's Sunday, October the 5th, and we need to, really, what are we theorizing? So my question seems to be about the nature of the Black body in our theorization. Why do we keep on, in some subtle way, bringing out this body we're theorizing? The Black body. We're not theorizing the Black body here. We're theorizing the Black body. And the question becomes, therefore, why is the Black body a total problem in our modernity right now? Is it because of racism? Because of capitalism? Because of patriarchy? So let us speak explicitly about who is this Black body? Who's the problem in our modern discourse? Around whom we're trying to theorize. And if that is the question to theorize the Black body, what perspective do we choose? I will go with Foucault in terms of the macro-politics of the formation of that Black body, wherever it's formed. And you don't know where it's from because you are not there, you're not those Black bodies. I'm not that Black body. I'm not that Black body. So when the EFF is theorizing and articulating a particular project, what are they doing? Are they theorizing a new Black body, or are they repeating a pre-distinct Black body, the working class, the country youth? So is our theoretical justice all that meaningful, or are we just trying to reconfigure and reposition old total position Marxism and what have you, and gender perspectives, while we still keep on closing over who are the subjects of our theorization? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit hard. You see the topic, I want to come up with the question, thinking with and against nationalism as a way to construct a new politics. When I ask myself the question, where does the impetus for this construct come from? This question. Well, maybe it's linked to what the
comrade just mentioned earlier. Where does this impetus come from to phrase the search for a new politics in these terms come from? And you seem to say that the past 15 years of oppositional politics has simply been that of appropriating and basing themselves on the ANC and its hegemonic ideology and politics and language. And for me, that is dismissing the whole 15 years of social movements and their attempts to construct, in practice, a new politics, of which you were part of. and for me, that's a problem. Because you can't understand the new dynamics now without understanding the past 15 years attempts of constructing a new politics. And what were the problems and what were the challenges around that? Also, the whole question of Marikana, the uprising of Marikana, what that signifies for a new politics, which is not based on appropriating the ANC and its past concepts of freedom charter and nation state in terms of the issues around. And I think also the third point is the question of, to understand the new politics, you also understand who is the agencies that are bringing about these new politics. And the question of a generation shifts, the generation shifts that has taken place within the working class and the poor over the past, I don't know, 30, 40 years. If you see Irvin Jim, or you see Malema, maybe they come from a particular political lineage and tradition, but that doesn't mean they reflect the oppositional politics and their ideology and their language in the construction. Maybe it's part of it, but it's not the totality of it in terms of the issues around it. So I think it's important that, I think this is a point that Julian makes in the book, philosophy of practice. Can't run away from it to construct a new politics. And you can't skip over and say there's a new cycle, and therefore forget about the past one that we have just come through in terms of the issues around. And I think it's the same generation now. The generation that started 15 years ago is the same generation that is moving in various directions in terms of the issues around. So I think for me that's an important factor. Maybe you should have posed the question this way: thinking with and against autonomism. The ideology that you and the frame that you try to assist in constructing a new politics. Yeah. Because your participation in the social movement was based on, I'm saying learning the lessons of that. I'm trying to, so that, we sharpen our perspectives much more thoroughly. Yeah, because we enter these processes with our own views, our own theoretical constructs, etc. Then once we test it out, we need to reflect on it. Is that practice that we are involved in verifying our perspectives? Do we need to adjust? Do we need to change? Do we need to enrich it? Do we need to go beyond it? I think it's important so that we don't. In fact, we must develop an impatience with a preoccupation with concepts for the sake of concepts. Thank you.
As Arnold will tell you, I developed intense intellectual crushes on people, phone them incessantly, I wish to stalk them. Dale, I'm sorry, after that presentation, I think you're going to be my intellectual commissar. So a few years ago, in 2012, a major focus of the discussion was the issue of the commons. different notions of what it was, and it seems to have been slotted into the name of this discussion and not spoken about at all. But it seems like it's coming. I'm sorry for raising it. Short, I think that, thank you for presenting the cloud on populism task. Surely the cloud is just wrong. And maybe one of the reasons he's wrong is he's trying to claim leftist lineage or a leftist potential for appearance. I think it's fairly easy to identify what populism has in common with fascism. And this is the idea that the nation has a corporate interest, character, or will, which is overall an essence, which exists above and beyond what individuals wanted to have, what individuals aspire to. It's a type of essence which is a good, it is something which is a good, which is just not reducible to the good of individuals. And instead, it posits the idea of a reunification of a fragmented, dispersed society in which the idea that individuals have distinct interests is seen as a part of this fragmentation. This isn't something which Marxism does. Marxism wishes to subject our social relations to a union of free individuals. I would say that the reason that militarism is a common feature of both populism and fascism is the following. The overcoming of dispersion, people getting fixed places in society in specific fixed roles, as peasants, as workers, or whatever. This is a common feature of fascism and populism. And what's more, there's something I don't know much about anti history, but in terms of identifying that in the EFF's national policies, it's definitely there, and it is definitely a feature of populism, and it's why populism is always a right-wing, non-emancipatory tendency. And one of the forms it's expressed in is the idea of the organic state. I think that also ties with what David was saying.
Okay, we're going to get a round of responses, and then I already have hands for the second round.
Okay, I'm going to start with John's comments because it's the ones that's no doubt the one that has moved me the most. And I want to start with his kind of challenge to me. Why wasn't this panel called Thinking in with Autonomism? Now, of all John's points, this is probably the weakest one. And I'll tell you why. Within the context of the social movements, one of the interesting things that happened is that amongst a certain section, they broke the kind of division within the social movement between the kind of socialists belonging to the SG kind of groups around SG, Keep Left, and so forth. And then there were the autonomous. Now, this term got so badly used that just about everyone became an autonomous, including John. So from the form of interpolation that, you know, that Trevor and Guane and so forth in their critiques of a certain tendency within the APF also counted John amongst the so-called autonomous. So today, as me and him speak and as we debate, I think that exactly what I'm doing is thinking with and against autonomism. Because after all, I'm facing off with someone who, like me, has been called an autonomous. What exactly that means and which kind of thing we can debate. Where the term, though, that we used for thinking with and against nationalism came from, it comes from Jill's book. And Jill's book was one of the places where a lot of the kind of questions that we posed in this colloquium came from. But why would we want to think with and against nationalism? Or why would I want to think with and against nationalism? Well, I'd have to say that here it's that I am not a nationalist, and I am deeply opposed to forms of nationalism. But I'm not so sure that I don't have a place to have, or there isn't space for me to have conversations with people for whom that narrative, political narrative, is still important. Now, Joe would say, I'm enough of a Fanonian to see this in the dialectical terms. And I think that that's probably where Jill comes from when she asks us that maybe we should think with and against nationalism. I've often thought that we can think far more against nationalism than with nationalism, but that's my personal feeling. But the other people within this room for whom nationalism is not something that we can simply dismiss, as perhaps Komna, Dale, and yourself might want to, and including me, right? They're part of a conversation that we continue to have. So I think that's important. On the issue of Marikana and new political struggles, I agree with you completely. And by the way, in my paper, I'm dealing with a specific problem about aspects of claim making within South Africa. I'm not certainly talking about all political claims, but I am talking about a significant amount of political claims. And I think at a number of points, I offer that nuance. I clarify that I'm not talking about all political claims, I'm talking about some political claims. Now, you might disagree that what I'm talking about is not as important. And in fact, I should rather apply my theoretical skills to another set of questions. And perhaps you're right. But for whatever reason, this is what I decided to focus on, because for me, this was a problem. And in fact, this has very little to do with some of my affinities with the kind of tendency that is called autonomous Marxism. It actually comes around out of my formation, political formation within nationalist movements, and my desire to actually move far beyond them. Okay. Now, I got to say is one that's far more difficult and one that I don't have a good answer to. I don't think it's a problem that I don't have a good answer to, because right after this and in the weeks and months following, me and you're going to keep having this conversation. But the question as to why I do theory, partly, and not just why I do theory, the way I do theory, is partly out of certain habits that I've picked up out of the schools of thinking that I've grown up in. One of them is BC, another one is Marxism. And they often come and have arguments in my head together. Partly though, and what I take from aspects of Marxism is a form of theorizing that cannot become stranded in the abstract, that has to see a constant, dare I say, dialectic between
Cloud, and especially on populist reasons, it's necessary to consider that the cloud could just be wrong. But I think what's important is that I guess this was inspired by going into a lot of reading around popular media sources around the EFF, etc. And I think one of the big problems I found is that there's dismissive, sometimes racist and classist discourse around the EFF that develops from a lack of grounding your opinion in any theory. As for why we do theory, I don't know. I think it's because we're stuck in ivory towers. But as the years go, I'll need to formulate a better response to that. But yeah, so I think what I'm trying to do here is to try and draw together different strands of arguments around the EFF into a framework that's not just dismissive, involved in racial discourses and classist discourses, but that can be useful in analyzing the EFF. And for me, in this current moment in time, I think that to understand the EFF as a left populist formation may well be the most useful way to analyze them. I don't see any real, well, in what I've presented and the literature that I've read around the EFF and fascism, I don't see any sound claims to this. Now I hear the arguments around nationalism, and I do think that on some level there's an argument to be made that the EFF doesn't fundamentally change the structure of, as I think Ahmed once told me, big man politics in South Africa. So the ANC and the EFF buy into the same, and this also goes back to nationalism, a nationalist and populist structure in South Africa of big man politics, populist leaders within the framework of a nation state, and I think that's open for discussion. But yeah, I'm just trying to draw what we think about the EFF and populism to theory, and also try and refute the argument that the immediate perception that the EFF is fascist.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. The comment there is that the EFF is the voice, the voice of the dispossessed and the oppressed, and using the analogy, the metaphor that you're using of the slaves coming, that in particular perceptions and particular understandings and particular representations for some people in this country, that might be true. But to present the EFF as somehow the voice of the dispossessed and the oppressed in the context of post-1994 South African politics is, and I think this is John's point, is to dismiss an entire history of struggle, an entire history of a whole range of different things in which the dispossessed and oppressed themselves, not through a political party, not through a particular representation, but themselves took it on their own voice. And that it's almost as if what we are taken by sometimes is the particular form of politics and not the foundation of the politics. So if it's a political party, it enters into the institutional realm, and therefore it gets media attention, it gets space, it gets legitimacy, it gets a whole range of different things which turn that politics into a very different kind of voice. But when it's ordinary people on the ground every single day, fighting in, fighting out, do you see any reportage on that? Do you see any Twitters and Facebooks on that? Do you see any real debates on that? No. Why? Because it doesn't enter into that space, because that space is closed off to that voice. And this is the problem I'm trying to problematize, is if we think that the voice of those that all of us in this room, I'm assuming, in one way or the other want to be with, for, against, whatever it is, and whether it's intellectual work, practical work, and otherwise, and yet, when those voice is the most, almost truest organic form of that, it is dismissed or is not. And what we do instead is pay attention to the writer, to the intellectual, to the voice on the pedestal, to the politician, to those things. So I think we need to, I understand hear what you're saying, but we need to promise, and that was what I was trying to do in the context of a macro nationalism. Why theorize? I'm one of those people that has always attempted, probably not always successfully so, to combine theory and practice, because it's in the practical realm that you learn if the theory and if that investigation has any relevance whatsoever to those and I think that's the key. It's not about, to me, theorization is about trying to grapple with reality. It's about trying to understand it. Marx, whatever you think of him, Eurocentric, whatever, he made an incredible attempt to try to understand a particular economic system that is very useful for us. In many different ways, whether or not we're intellectuals or whether you're a peasant farmer or whether you're somebody else, in terms of the way oppression works. So it's only in the practice and the lived in day out that theory then begins to have relevance, I would say. So it's not about theorizing something for the sake of it. It's about theorizing it for the sake of trying to mix that in with a particular struggle and practice that gives it meaning, or lack thereof, or if it's a theory that needs to be discarded and it needs to be moved on. Lastly, I just wanted to say that, just in response to a remark from Ahmed, please, Ahmed, it was not about dismissing nationalism. It's exactly the opposite. It's about recognizing nationalism for the incredible centrality that it is and trying to problematize it. That's what I understand we're here to do, is to do that. So it's not a dismissal at all.
Apology.
Okay, I'm going to take one last round of hands because we have another panel to get through for the end of the day. So I already have Opa, who said he was leaving us a long time ago, so the provocations must have been good. Melanie, Carl, and Shivu. Okay, and then one last hand.
I think I want to start with the issue of why we theorize. It's been a surprising question. I think maybe it's a question that needs to be confronted. I thought that our business, so to speak, was to change the world, and we want to change it self-consciously. So theory, for me, is about understanding the forces for change. We can't presume that the EFF is a force for change. I think that's the most dangerous thing to do. I mean, I have a kind of a warm feeling about the EFF. Right? I'm pissed off about the ANC and sold us out. It therefore follows that it's axiomatically true that the EFF is a force for change. No, the point is that the EFF must be subjected to analysis. Very trenchant analysis. Now, okay, we all come from different political traditions, but in the tradition that I come from, I think theory is a way in which we appropriate our lived experience. We do it all the time. You know, we generalize the world in which we live. Otherwise, we can't live. You can't cross a street if you don't have a set of generalization that if that traffic light is red, it's at the ball. You know, there are elementary ways in which we appropriate the world and we generalize. And I think what I understood David trying to do, and he provoked this reaction, was to say, look, capitalism has 400 years of experience behind it. You know, the bourgeois class has concentrated an enormous body of experience about how to deal with that body. You know, how to deal with the EFFs that come. So we can't take it for granted that, you know, if you say the ANC, you don't like the ANC, then the EFF works. And I think it is important to look at, you know, you don't need Dale and to tell us about this. Fanon tells us about the pitfalls of national consciousness. He tells us about what happens with generative petty bourgeoisie. You know, that seizes on its historical signifiers, what this is. You know, that seizes all these things and organizes a particular. And I think the challenge I think that the Dale's analysis poses is how do we avoid the subjugation of this project to the big bourgeoisie. You see, a lot of talks here about sometimes you hear there's a lot of discussion and the nationalism kind of floats in the air. But as Dale quite rightly say, you know, it's a serious the organization of the nation state in this country in particular. You know, we can hear Zuma go fly there, talk this, talk that. The big bourgeoisie is not going to let the states go by here without a fight. Big time fight, no choice about it. And I think as we celebrate the emergence of the EFF and the emergence for me, not so much of the EFF, as of initiatives to the left of the ANC, because all breaks up to 2012 to the right of the ANC, go and you know, all other people that went that way. These breaks to the left then raise serious questions of theory. Then we want to ask ourselves, is the EFF building on the inheritance of working class struggle? Now, I don't think that's self-evident either. It has to be demonstrated, it has to be theorized. Because there's a lot of ways in which just for instance, the most striking issue about the EFF is that its organizational model has no prehistory in this country. The commandantes, and we're not from Latin America. We don't have commanders in our daily politics. In fact, throughout the 70s, from the rise of I mean, if you take from the Sasso years, from the what you call Steve, Commander-in-Chief, from the Sasso years, and from the 1973 demonstration, from 1976, you know, the culture has been very distinctly different. You know, we always talk about how we are all leaders. You know, if you read the Kosa's pamphlet of the end of the 1970s when COSAS was being rebuilt, the traditions they drew from were not the traditions of the militaristic movement. In fact, the militaristic traditions are the traditions of the ANC's hegemonizing local politics. That's where it comes from. Okay? And even if you remember, for instance, people were around in the mid-80s, the militarization of the tone of debate begins to emerge in the mid-80s, the second half of the 80s, inheriting the. So we need to interrogate the EFF so that together as militants, active in a range of spheres, we can engage in a left-wing debate about how will the new forces for change be constituted. What are the supply lines? What will they look like in this? I would say, I mean, what's important, I mean, to talk about nationalism in this context, I mean, we've been there about nationalism. I mean, some of us were discussing this about the ANC, you know, when a lot of the people in the EFF were still saying the ANC, that this is the trajectory of nationalism. It's about nation, the global local head. You know, even the Rumsa comrades at the time were there, who were defending the alliance project at the time. Now, we've seen this, and I think it's important for us to take to heart what James said. Not to agree, for instance, with this historical historicization process. You know, whether, for instance, you can analyze nationalism independently of the periodization historically of the historical conjuncture, whether all nationalisms behave the same at all times. We can discuss that, but I think it's important for me that comrades come with a feeling here of a reaction against the fact that the EFF could be questioned so radically. And I think the EFF should learn to welcome being questioned so radically. You know, I used to call myself a Bolshevik. Still do. I still do. And that tradition is a tradition of hard polemics. You know, you learn there that you hold your line, you hold your position, and that is the richness of what the theory that comes out of. And I think at this point, what the EFF must do is to avoid the politics of the ANC, which is the politics of a false unified schema of we all agree, we all a family, we're a broad church, and something that goes with that. And then in that sense, for me, I think in the end, that's why we want to change the world.
Thanks. So I wanted to respond a little bit to John, and I wanted to pick up on something which Opa was also talking to. And when you ask why with and against, well, yes, of course, we read Jill's book, and you know, it's a problematic that she raises. But I wanted to offer something from Nazibuko. He gave a fantastic talk here. When was it? On Thursday, and we were trying to engage him on how he was theorizing the state. And he said, okay, I'm going to quote Jeremy Cronin. We need to, think, with and against the state. And then he said, actually, with and beyond. And I think Jill maybe we're offering this as a reformulation, because I think what Jill's, provoking us to do is there are these kinds of questions, nationalism, racism, sexism, that we've often tried to avoid in these kinds of debates. We're focusing on class, right? And what I think Jill is encouraging us to do through her uses to recall articulation is to say, what is working together and what is meaningful in this moment, right? So it's nationalism now, because as Oak was saying, in this particular moment, for some reason, nationalism is very important. So that we have to interrogate why, right? But it's recognizing it, and then if it's something we think needs to be transformed, how do we move beyond it? But we can't pretend it doesn't exist. And I think this was, the engagement between Dale and Ahmed. But it's not just nationalism, right? Or it's nationalism also articulated with other things. And I noticed this morning when people are talking, we often say, okay, well, aside from the militarist nature, right? And really, we have to start doing that. Because for me, the important questions are, the EFF is tapping into something very profound and very important. I mean, I was thinking, how long ago was it formed? And here we are sitting in this room having this meaningful debate, theorizing what it's about, right? And the reason why the EFF is gaining so much traction is it's resonating with certain things, right? Some of them may be the demand for economic freedom. They are. Some of it is rethinking race in a very crucially important way. But the fact that it's doing it through a militarized lens, that as Opa is saying, is not the political history here, I think is crucial for us to look at. And when we're talking about how this is constituent power and the EF is constructing its social, isn't it a profoundly gendered social? And what are the implications of that? And just to make one last link, and I would really love to hear from the comments from the EFF, to whether and to what extent they engage in this. And I think because there's a long history of feminist political theory, Shireen Hassan has written a lot about this here and elsewhere, but also feminist struggle against these kinds of ways of linking the nation and gender and militarized notions. But just to link back to the panel this morning, I think we have to, what Jill and Vish were both encouraging us to do in different ways, is to locate where these ideas are coming from within an international context, right? And that it's not just certain political leaders or organizations feel they need to evoke the NDR or the Freedom Charter to gain a certain political legitimacy. And I wonder, it's a question, with the EFF, if it's going to Latin America because there's a certain idea of what does it mean to be radical, and being radical means being militarized. Is this where it's coming from? And what does this mean in terms of gender? And even if that isn't where it comes from, what does it do to us? And if we are trying to advance emancipation on all of these levels, what kind of social are we invoking, and how are we thinking through the articulations of race, gender, class, ethnicity, nation, etc.? Oh, sorry, because my fear is that it's tapping into. No, this is crucial. This is my main point. My main point was that my fear is, just as Zuma, and I think Jill and Mark Hunter have written about this, that a lot of Zuma's appeal is actually tapping into the profound patriarchy and misogyny within much of South African society. To what extent is part of the EFF's appeal that it's also tapping into that? It's a question. It's a question that we have to interrogate.
So I'm not sure. I mean, Oprah, Melanie, I'm not sure that militarism isn't part of our history. It's very much part of ANC history as well. It's very indigenous. Maybe commanders.
No, MK. It comes from MK.
Every military needs a commander. So we have commanders as well. So the question that I want to raise, I mean, Oprah and we have so seldom historically agreed. And this morning we really agreed. I think now we come back to disagreement. I don't understand your input, I have to say. I mean, it seems the question is, why are we talking about nationalism? Why are we talking about populism? It seems to me this goes right back to Peter's point earlier this morning. Where is colonialism in our discussion? That's our history, colonialism and apartheid. And they stay with us. They're not finished, they didn't end in 1994. And it seems to me that those particular historical systems of oppression give rise to precisely nationalism and populism as a response, necessarily. Not because someone made a mistake, not because it was just invented by the ANC somewhere, but because that is the shape of the political domination in South Africa historically, and continues to be the case. And so I want to say that, I suppose the nature of the panel begs the question of what is the relation between nationalism and populism. And I think I would want to say that nationalism is a particular form of populism, of the popular. I'm not using populism in any kind of pejorative sense at all. In fact, I'm a populist and a nationalist, because I think it's only through, and this is maybe where it's the with and against and the through, and maybe beyond, but we're not beyond yet, certainly, that we have to work our politics. This is the given terrain. I don't think there's another terrain. And so, the forces of resistance, this is why the Freedom Charter becomes, the reference point for the NUMSA that 20 years ago was rejecting the Freedom Charter. But this is the necessary through that it has to enact. And I think EFF as well. I mean, to the extent that they are articulating in relation to race and in relation to racial domination, and the property questions that emerge from colonial plundering, they're engaging with nationalism and colonialism. So, I don't understand what we could be talking about if we say that we want something different. I mean, Dale, when you talk about the social movements as if they were an unmediated expression of what the people on the street are, the unmediated expression of what the popular, what the people, what the masses felt about oppression. I mean, I don't think that social movements were as constructed by their activists as EFF is constructed by its activists in a particular kind of response. And I think it's very important, as John said, that we have to interrogate, the rise and, in a sense, disappearance of the social movements and understand what happened there. And it may not be wrong to, or at least this is something that needs to be researched, but it may not be wrong to say that one of the weaknesses of the social movements was that they refrained from engaging in the terrain of populism and nationalism. But they did. And one of the reasons why EFF has made such an impact so fast is precisely because it's operating on that terrain.
I just had a general question to all three speakers and then three specific questions. I think a lot of people, when they've been speaking about the EFF, have been talking about, is it a genuine leftist project? I think that's something you said, Taz. We talk about, is the EFF open to be incorporated into a united left project? So the general question is, what is a genuine leftist project? And can you be prescriptive about that?
Yes.
Then the three specific questions, I think, Ahmed, just to you. I mean, yesterday we said something that, the Freedom Charter is not something that mobilizes young people today. And so is it still relevant for you to speak about the EFF and parties and movements like that as still drawing from the Freedom Charter? And I think you said something about, they still make reference to the same claims, the same principles, etc. And I think the question isn't what's unique about the EFF's framing of issues, but rather what was unique about the Freedom Charter. Didn't these issues, principles, claims, etc. exist before the Freedom Charter? Isn't it about a contextual experience? Why do we want to reference the Freedom Charter as being the moment these claims and principles were entrenched? So not what's new about what the EFF people are doing now, but what was unique about the Freedom Charter at that particular time? And why can it own these claims and principles? Taz, I think the question I wanted to ask you, and it's related to what people have been saying about what's the relevance and importance of theory, is, we've spoken a lot about how people, when speaking of the EFF as fascist, want to have a checklist of what fascism is and see how far along that checklist the EFF goes. The question I want to ask you is, to what extent can we constrain fascism to what is theorized? So maybe, can fascism take a form that hasn't been incorporated in a particular theory? And if going along with what Dale and other people have said, in that theory must explain or help understand lived experiences, should we not be open that there can be a form of fascism that theory hasn't been able to describe yet? And then, Dale, just the question I wanted to ask you was, you said something about political, intellectual, and moral leadership. Just a question of clarity, I wanted to know what you mean by moral leadership, and maybe as example, some of the manifestations of moral leadership you see.
Yes, we definitely need another hour or more for this discussion, but I'm going to take the last two speakers on the list, and then we're going to have to close, allow speakers to just give very short responses and move on.
The interventions, I appreciate them, but they have forgotten something which is very, very substantial. And here it's to join the third panelist. Sorry, I forgot the name. I'm learning to know more how to walk the talk leadership. There is a saying that today's revolutionaries will become tomorrow's reactionaries, enjoying the status quo, forgetting that they were revolutionaries. So my point is, we are talking about something Slavoj Žižek, who is highly influential now, poet. He has rehabilitated the concept of ideology. Ideology, even in terms, they say materialist theology, meaning that the concept of ideology is there to cement society, but also to help people become new human beings, new men, new women. And this is very, very important, and it's forgotten. In the EFF manifesto, ideology, it's not very, 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 very active. But when it comes to family, as a living organism, we don't have a head. We must have two heads. For example, why? This question is not well articulated in the left. The same thing with the ethnic question. In 2005, King Zulutini decreed that all Zulu girls must be, who is a virgin must be no protest. That decree was dismissed. Only for liberalism. Why he agreed that he said that we need the best in order to fight HIV and early pregnancies. Okay. What is the place of ethnicity, of culture here? So these are questions liberalism is dealing with, but we don't see the left dealing with these specific questions. It's just about economies, it's just about class. So I don't think the left can defeat neoliberalism here. What we need is a new project which must be more ideological, more spiritual, I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, sorry, it's just the space.
You expect the space and expect the comment.
I've got a small question or comment to Ahmed, which is very different from the spirit of the others. It's an entirely theoretical question, which may have some implications further down the line. I'm slightly worried about your privileging of the constituent power element, which I think you take from Hart and Negri very strongly, and inserting that into the kind of continuous ideological narrative of constituent power recedes as constituted power takes over. I'd like to throw a consideration into that, which may modify that judgment. In the moment of constituent power, the people is at one with itself. It has to be present, it's a performative utterance, it is present to itself, its presence, it would not have that constituent power. Wouldn't it be a case to be made that for democratic politics and for the continuity of contestation of an antagonism, you will have to think constituent power in relation to constituted power and the gap in the division between them.
Okay, thank you. Another very challenging set of questions. But, I don't think we expect you to answer every single question. Just to round off the session with a few comments and possibly one or two answers.
Let me go first. Okay, first let me just say something about Ulrike's question. I mean, it's not something that's outside of this debate. So also Agamben poses the question, and you know, every attempt to think that it becomes impossible to think constituent power without constituted power. And for him, for that very reason, he kind of ends up in a kind of nihilist political perspective. The point is taken, and it's certainly part of my thinking. Nonetheless, I think coming from a certain revolutionary tradition, we affirm constituent power precisely because, you know, the thermidor happens on the side of constituted power. Right? Maybe that's not a adequate response, but I take your question as a comment, and it certainly will be something that I integrate into how I think about these questions. All right, as unsatisfactory as that is. I wanted to just take up something that Carl raised as a way of also clarifying something else in my disagreement with John. So one of the things that you said is, well, one of the problems with the social movements is they abandon the field of nationalism. Well, actually, I don't think that's true. I think that, in fact, and this is partly my debate with John, is that we never did. John wants to insist that there was no investment in the APF in documents like the Freedom Charter. And while it's in nowhere close to kind of urban jump speech at first. If you look, for instance, at, we organized a march to the celebration, the Cliptown anniversary celebrations, and the press statement that we released, you know, was about claiming the Freedom Charter and pointing to the betrayal. It was part of our politics as well. There was someone to say, well, that was just cynical, or whatever the case might be. And I want to come back to cynical mobilizations such as those, or those that are kind of contingently based around a political moment and showing a duplicity. Now, you know, Shibu, firstly, I really appreciate your question, and I think it's exactly the right one. It's a question that Melanie has been pushing me to try and answer since she read the original formulation of my argument. But I want to also just clarify something. Misiani yesterday did say, well, the Freedom Charter is not that important to the EFF. Well, in truth, that's not quite clear to me, given how many times, for instance, in the EFF book, they make reference to the Freedom Charter. I mean, or within EFF documents and speak, the way they make reference to the Freedom Charter has often been, so for instance, you know, aspects of economic freedom, as well as the principle of nationalization, the EFF claims comes out of a particular working class reading of the Freedom Charter. So perhaps that is just, again, a way of kind of drawing attention to certain duplicities in the ruling party. Nonetheless, my point is it's part of our particular political claim making. Now, getting back to your question, which is a slightly different one, is that why do people go turn to the Freedom Charter? Well, I think Jill in her book speaks also about how imagining of the process around the Freedom Charter is part of a broader imagining around democratic practice and politics within the liberation movement. Now, I might deny that that history that is celebrated was actually the real history of the Freedom Charter, but it is nonetheless a history of a certain ways in which, I mean, you know, even if it wasn't in the 1950s, as the story got retold, it became the people expressing their constitutive will. My polemic is against any idea that would say that that will was only expressed in the past. I'm saying that we in the present can still articulate the foundation of new political forms. So that was my point, but that it's, you know, it's slightly different, and I think a lot more work that does need to be done, though, about why the Freedom Charter occupies the symbolic place that it does. It also has a lot to do with the ways in which it's used by the ANC. All right. But again, as Jill's point is, we shouldn't just take this as an interpolation from above. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say.
Just on gender and the EFF. Look, I mean, those who know me will know that one of my biggest problems with the EFF is around the question of gender. And that gender representation, but also, you know, aspects of militarism and whether that is to the exclusion of women. But, you know, although that's my initial starting point, and that is a major problem for me, and I think it's something that definitely needs to be probed when we think about the EFF, is definitely around the EFF and gender. But I also think at the same time that instead of simply, you know, and maybe I'm contradicting myself, instead of simply sitting and theorizing, we actually need to understand what is the view of those women who are within the EFF, and do they feel excluded? Do large sections of society, of women in society, feel excluded by militarism and so on? Or are we getting too caught in our own theories? So I think it's something that I want to investigate further. As an initial starting point, it's a problem. I mean, feminist literature generally would dictate that. But I think it's something that we need to ask to those who do support the EFF, those women who do support the EFF. Are you being excluded? I mean, well, not directly like that, but we need to analyze if this militarism is to the exclusion, genuinely to the exclusion of women in South Africa. But I think it also is historically, you know, I think military style language, etc., is a part of our history. In the Congress tradition, I mean, calling people commander is a normal thing. And I think the history of the MK and so on is also important in this. And maybe we need to even look further. Did Umkhonto we Sizwe and the anti-apartheid struggle in those terms exclude women? And what is the agenda argument to be made there? So I think it's a complicated one. But that is one of my biggest problems with the EFF. And then just, Shibu, to answer your, you know, what is a genuine leftist project? It's something that I've thought about, and I don't know that we'll be creating our own sort of theories around what we believe. What Ahmed believes is a genuine leftist project is different from what I believe is a genuine leftist project. But I think what we can take is from what the EFF in its current form gives us. And to me, nothing about a Marxist-Leninist phenomenal organization indicates a right-wing movement. So I think if we take from what we have within the EFF, what the EFF has given us, maybe given them the benefit of the doubt politically there too, I think it's a stretch then to say, so while we might try to fit the EFF into our own theories of what is a genuine leftist project, we also need to realize that what the EFF has given us, and not presuming anything after that, fits into a broadly an agenda on the left. Let me put it that way. And then on theorizing fascism, Shibu's second question, theorizing fascism in a theory that has not yet been described. Look, I mean, I think it's open. That's the point of theory also, is that it's always there to be reworked And I don't think that we can tie ourselves to any universal general principles that we're going to hold everyone to. So could there be a theory of fascism that's yet to be developed, in which many movements can be configured? Absolutely. And I think I that's it. Yeah.
Very briefly, there's way too much here. Carl, I don't understand your question. And the reason why I don't understand your question is because to understand colonialism is to understand nationalism. Colonialism would have never happened without the nation state, without the entire politics of nationalism, without it coming over. So it's wrapped up. Colonialism, there's no separation. In terms of the colonial project was a national project at its core initially at the beginning, and then it expanded beyond that national core. And the politics that came with it was a particular politics of colonial nationalism. So when you say, why are we talking about nationalism, I think it's they're twins as far as I'm concerned. They might have different characters, but they're certainly not separate from each other. I think Ahmed has already answered the issue of the previous struggles. These were completely mediated. Of course they were. I wasn't talking about the social movements, by the way. I was talking about people's struggles in communities on the grounds that had nothing to do with the APF, the LGM, the AEC, whoever, Aklani, or whatever the other social movements that have come along. I'm just talking about the hundreds and hundreds of different things that happen, struggles every day that we never hear about, that a lot of lefties don't even know about, that they don't relate to. And that's what I was talking about. And the social movements, yes, of course, I totally agree, they were completely mediated and constructed in their own ways, and sometimes very problematically so. And that's the beauty of struggle, is that we learn. And it seems to me that that's one of the key points of this entire discussion, is if we're going to learn from past mistakes. And this goes to the question, by the way, I never mentioned the word moral. I didn't mention that word, moral leadership. All I said is that people must not separate the personal and the political. What did I mean by that? It's amazing to me how we apply this in our personal lives, but we don't apply it in our political lives. If a friend comes to us and betrays us, then we do not like that person because they fundamentally undermine our faith and trust in them. But if a politician does it, we seem not to care. If one person, does something completely opposite from what they say they're going to do, we tend to pay attention to the speech, and to the manifesto, we don't pay attention. Let me give you a practical example. A practical example, both in my own personal life as well as in the context of comrades in this case, the South African Communist Party back in the 1990s, which was at that point, the left-hand guard and whatever not. But coming and preaching all about women's rights, about non-sexist society, about a revolutionary transferal of capitalist patriarchal relations, and then going and beating up their girlfriend at home. That's what I'm talking about. And we cannot ignore it. And it's something, that's just one example of what I'm saying. You cannot take somebody seriously who gets up on a public platform and speaks radical politics and then goes the exact opposite in their personal life. You can't do that. I mean, what is our politics? It's vacuous, it's opportunistic, it's simply functional to power in that case, and I have no respect for that in that context. So that's what I meant by that. I think comrades have already answered the other one. I just wanted to say this, is that I don't think anyone, we talk about the left, we should never, ever, ever be apologetic for adopting a progressive attitude across the board. And then what I mean by that is you cannot pick and choose what you want to be progressive about. Oh, I want to be progressive because I want a radical economy. But when it comes to gender relations, no, sorry, I believe in patriarchal male control of the family. Or I want to do this, but on that other side. So if there's any lesson within the construction of the social, and I completely agree with Melanie's comments, is that if there's any failure that we all have had in a self-critical way, it's that we tend to pay attention to the frame. We don't tend to pay attention to what's inside it.
Okay, thank you everyone. I know lots of people want a break. People have already been going out. So I think there is some coffee at the back. And can we take 10 minutes and come back to the next session? Okay, people are saying 5 minutes. Just to say thank you very much to the speakers. And just one thing, Cromwell mentioned the common. I think we're also trying to think through how we make the common in our discussions. So that's another next step.
Yes? Well, you have to. Yeah, you can do that. I don't care. I'm just there to give you the. And Gabriel. I don't know what Gabriel's family name is. That's one. And he's in politics, right? I'm going to.
Wow. More food. Yeah. Well, there's lots of people still snacking.
Can I use your charging password?
Oh, okay. We say.
Okay, yeah. I came for your presentation. Yeah. Okay. No, that's great.
It looks like I was told of 20 minutes. It looks like this thing is 20 minutes. Ah, no. Can I ask you the I'm a student. Well, I'm not those people who not like yes. To speak after that day. like to hear such I don't want to hear. Also, I'm doing I think we started how to find what's my thoughts. The academy is like that. Yeah,
Academy is human job.
Yeah, I need it.
Remember the last slide. You remember is that but I like it. You must get under the skin. Oh, you to sit here.
I'm sitting here, yes.
Myself, I have 2 months. I've cut 2 months. I cut this.
Let's get going and then people will come in. Otherwise, we end up too late.
So we're going to start back soon, ask people to make themselves comfortable.
The law firms have dealt with you. The law firms have dealt with you. I blame them. The law firms. No, this law firm business is going to depoliticize you. It's going to make you a fascist. You are the only one who will go to a law firm and say that. You are the only one who goes to a law firm and says that. The only one I've ever met. Just 5 minutes more.
Yes, got it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll try. Yeah. I'll let you at least finish your ideas. Yeah.
You get what? Panicking.
Panic. There's no panic to be
Okay, so that almost everybody's back. So, like everybody's okay to start, right? So my name is Caroline. Our last discussion is on, we've asked the discussants to talk about using the past politically. I'll let everybody introduce themselves more in the long manner, but our first speaker is going to be Hussein, who said to me that he's only a student. He was nothing else than a student. So, Hussein.
Thank you very much. Look, I'm a leader and a key actor in the economic freedom fighters. I was there from its founding movement to this day. I'm a member of parliament. I'm attending a disciplinary hearing tomorrow morning. I'd like to say that I appreciate all the contributions. I'd like to say that have constituted this colloquium. And thanks very much for Ahmed for not forgetting me. I used to be a mom. I don't know if I have been. Okay, excellent. I still am. And all the friendly, loving, unfriendly, critical contributions that have come, we appreciate them. And they help us, particularly me, in constituting my own politics. But I'm writing about Black youth politics. My work is a study of Black youth subjectivity, and I ask how the Black youth is constituted as a political subject category. I argue for a theory of Black youth politics that takes the Black youth politics seriously. To do this, I start by provisionally elucidating a set of alternative historical political philosophical propositions to reorient the analysis of youth politics to account for its qualifier, Black. These are around theorization of what I call permanent juniorization, a regime of racial subjugation based on the pedagogy of offense and infrastructural violence that makes race as a technique of governance about the distribution of risk, the ultimate of which is death. I have concluded that under the colony, the Black youth had a population waiting to wait. We're waiting to be. The desire and pursuit of plenitude, the promise of full identity, is for Blacks in general only ever a promise, and you learn how to wait as a permanent state of being. This is to say that the Black youth is actually the end of Black life development. All Blacks are permanent juniors. To be youth and Black is therefore not some transition, but a destination you have arrived. The politics of the black youth are, therefore, to be read in this light as a rebellion against processes of permanent generalization. My work then immediately turns into the category of the working class appearing in Marxism as lumpen proletariat. Precisely because I'm investigating liberation struggle and politics of the black youth in South Africa and elsewhere in the world, as many of us know, the black youth has gained itself a title of criminals. We are all in the wide gaze as well as to each other, suspect criminals. So I try to disarticulate my object of analysis from the rationalistic conceptions of black life and the colony. Thus are located within the radical post-colonial reading of colonization inspired by Fanon and Mbembe. We know with Mbembe we learned that at the setting of modernity lied multiple genesis of the sovereign, not just one. And following Foucault's biopolitics, Mbembe points us to a mode of rule that is about the distribution of risk, the alternative of which is death. And now I think I must jump this. Well, basically in the colony, we're thinking about people under who live not as legal subjects, but to whom law is superimposed, and precisely because they are considered as not human. Thus, delinquency or criminality in the colonial situation has nothing to do with breaking the law. There is no law for natives except to keep them away from the whites and their properties also, or the settlers. Also, law between natives is by pure force, what Fanon calls the law of knife. Thus, gangs and criminality must be assessed in light of this space with no death limits, the space of the refusal to accept the limits that death would propel subjects to have. That's the colony. Fanon says, the native is not in pursuit of high values. She or he is reduced to his stomach. He or she lives to fulfill it and will stop at nothing to do so. To take from the other is to commit murder, he says. The colonial delinquent is driven by murder, a death edge. They stop at nothing to fulfill the baby. He says, here we discover that canon of hatred of self, which is characteristic of racial conflict in segregated societies. Thus, the work of colonial delinquents is the work of self-hatred. With colonial delinquency, I argue, we find the other face of colonial violence. This is what many interpretations of criminal gangs have not understood or interrogated in the historio-sociological literature in South Africa. Left with nothing to hate, that is to express anger on, the colonized hate herself. Fanon says they come up against themselves. Right. Come up against themselves. Now I've lost this thing. In chapter 1 of The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon examines the particular orgies of outbursts of violence, xenophobic attacks, tribal, ethnic conflict, where natives come up against each other. Because they can't go, isn't it? Because of the geography of the colony, which he expresses very well. But Fanon refuses to deal with crime and its associated violence in this chapter and keeps it for the final chapter. I argue that it is because with crime we observe the normalcy of the work of self-hatred. With crime is the everydayness of the self-hatred and its associated violence, the murder that goes without. Okay, but colonization also creates criminality as the only way of life. To live with guilt of having stolen, taken what is not yours, being where you're not supposed to be, and you hate yourself for this. Remember, the virtue of colonization is not, at least in my view, not of the trick, where I gave you the Bible and you gave me the land. We're actually a conquered people. We're conquered, embarrassed through war. Not some trick of intelligence. War, real war, where we're beaten up and we ran to the rivers and the small lands we belongs to them. Serious humiliation, if you like. Of course, we can celebrate other things, but that's the reality of what colonization did. Everyone is a criminal, or at least a potential criminal in the township. This is the permanent condition of those who live there, and at some point this logic finds normalcy. I suggest it finds its normal initial in crime, in township or colonial crime. I examined township gangs at the crossroads of the transition from apartheid, also as they cross paths with liberation fighters. This leads me to make a second argument that both the Tsotsi and the liberation fighter share criminality as subject condition from which they act out their acts. The liberation fighter is too a criminal. How then do we embody an ethical existence, a project, or project a different meaning? How do they project a different meaning to their criminality? Liberation fighters, that is. One is to liberate. In stories that I present, and I'm not going to go into them, and they are very interesting. It's gangs, 2 chapters in one, it's gangs that are terrorizing the communities, but the 2 movements, some start as comrades, end up as gangs. Some start as gangs, end up as comrades, or being used for political ends. They fight, everything gets politicized in the early 1900s. You're not a criminal. You can't just be a criminal. You are linked to the Vararas or the Zimzims. You know the theater of the township at that time. Now I don't know if I'm going to finish. Well, they all admire bravery, you see, criminals and comrades, or fighters and Tsotsis. Freedom fighters and Tsotsis. In fact, this is the common thread of aspiration. Dare to act against authority, anything that wants you to bow, defy it. But also fearlessness of sort, not being scared of death itself. Above all, be not scared to give death and to take death. Like, you may not kill per se, but everyone must believe you can, effortlessly, anywhere, anytime, and with no fear of consequences, which may be prison or that death can be unleashed on you too. So when you meet liberation fighters or Tutsis, they all speak the same about, like, you know, bravery. I don't know, but it's very attractive to township folk, that bravery. They make everybody into a hero. Because people are not afraid and they are brave. Okay. Now, I set out to ask, because my other chapter is about the criminality and the criminal gangs who do the work of self-hate. So I asked the question, what of love? I set down to, how do these comrades who do not degenerate, I have conversations with them, who did all acts, who robbed police stations and so on and so on, how did they not degenerate? How did they not turn against their own communities? What held them back? And I think I'm going to conclude here, because this thing of time is going to deal with me. Now I'm not prepared that way. So I go to Fanon, because I think that it's Fanon who is the philosopher of love at the same time. You know, Fanon doesn't just say hate and up there. He doesn't say oppression or death and end up saying. He also says liberation, new humanity, and so on and so forth. So you can't just choose the Fanon who talks about death alone. Now I wish Angela was here. Anyway, it is Maldonado Torres who takes up seriously the theoretical and philosophical implications of what Fanon means when he says, man is a yes, I quote, I will never stop reiterating that. Yes to life, yes to love, yes to generosity, but man is also a no. No to exploitation of man. No to the butchery of what is most human in man, freedom. Torres presents him in a series of thinkers he says are against war. And for Torres, war is necropolitics, necropower, the permanent normalization that comes with colonization of conditions of war, lawlessness, as it were. You can be killed anytime by whites, by other kafirs, and so on and so forth. Okay, it's 5 minutes. Nah, I'm not clear. Basically, my argument is that Fanon, what Torres gives us, and what I think Western metaphysics doesn't allow us to see when we read Fanon, is that he actually gives a new version of the anti-colonial fighter, which is demonstrated by the concept of what Torres calls a loving subjectivity. this loving subjectivity departs from politics being concerned with recognition, in the Hegelian sense, with self-mastery, in the Cartesian sense, but with giving, giving of oneself. That is actually the biggest human need, is to be accepted as a gift that you can give. So I do this through a very long process, and I use that to find true, in the Fanonian sense, anti-colonial fighters who are involved and engaged with loving subjectivity. That is, where they offer themselves as a form of being. That is, to be is to give oneself. And because of time, I think we'll engage during questions.
Thanks a lot. I think the mic is not working anymore.
I'd rather use this.
Okay, that's fine.
And if it fails me, I will take another approach, which could. Yeah. But let's try this and see how far we can go. Okay. So, basically, I want to do a little bit of play. In other words, I don't have an argument for you necessarily. But if you read or if you listen to me carefully, you will see that I have something. I want to talk about Anton Lembede today, precisely because you can't talk about the rhetoric of freedom in our lifetime without Anton Lembede. I'm assuming we all know who Anton Lembede is.
Many of us.
Many of us, thank you. Anton Lembede, I want to suggest, teaches us, or rather leads us to think of how to live, if that is possible, as Black people. I want to suggest that Anton Lembede is taking us to an idea of a Black national without being a nationalist. Famously, Anton Lembede says, talking about wanting freedom in his lifetime, he says, "We are not dogs. We don't want to eat bones. We want meat." What does it mean to want meat? I think this is going to lead me to an allegory of reading of Black freedom and stability. Quite correct to observe in Lembede's political thought a reflection of his taste for union times, the misery of the Black. Correct too to see in Lembede the flow of aspirations for Africa's future. Count on African youth, its vitality. Youth, a form of becoming national, or to count on Africa and its future after all hope, says Lembede through Alexander Pope, springs eternal in human breast, is our driving and unfailing force. It is not scandalous to count on, conjure up the future and bless Lembede, since man is never but always to be blessed. Counting on for Lembede is a permanent fantasy, always there, springing forth from inside the breast, counting on, hoping, that is to say, in the future, must drive youth struggle and secure national victory, freedom in our lifetime. That is to say, we want meat and not bones. Hence, he says, we are not called to peace, comfort, and enjoyment, but to hard work, struggle, and sweat. We need young women and men of high moral stamina and integrity, of courage and vision. This means that we have to develop a new type of youth, not the pleasure-loving, frivolous, dissolute, like-minded type, but youth of stoical discipline trained to endure suffering and difficulties, close quote. In question, apropos the Lembede's dialectics of historical development is ascribed a clear yet incoherent future, betraying a crisis of national life, an absence of a coherent Black ethics necessary for a hopeful youth, marrying a possible realization of blacks eating meat once and for all. To this cry, Mbele pegs Africa's glorious past, as if appealing to Hegel's celebration of reason and the spirit. I don't want to talk about Hegel now, to take me forever. Except to say it's about Hegel. Hegel sees the spirit as having a past, a present, and a future, except that the future, the present, and the past are one. Basically, to summarize, Hegel will say in the beginning was the spirit was with reason, and the spirit was reason. Basically, the spirit at some point was just vegetative, at some point it became an animal, at some point it became self-conscious in order to attain freedom. Bourgeois freedom. Now, the question is, would Lambert nearly read Hegel as I do? Indeed, until Lambert is a reader of Hegel. Would Lambert nearly read Hegel as I do, possibly risking a moment of self-betrayal, betraying a helpless longing for a holy language, anti-black language that is, to account for a hope, accounting on the finality of black substituting meat eating for both crushing, to account for a feasible program of combat. Well, reading Hegel as I do, the case of the black mimesis, mimicking Creoles in Latin America and whites in Europe, or sensing that what is at stake in reality is what is spiritual. And that, in the first instance, a way of becoming a black national, of imagining freedom, is to think the spirit in its animal form of living outside the law, basically vandalizing the white phallus, just so that it can eat meat. Becoming a national, the black will only follow instincts. We learn from Patela's story, that is Greek on stolen piano. The black will follow his instinct since Christ never, and I quote, Christ never explained what a black man should do in order to earn a decent living in this country. Of course, black self-nationalizing by way of an animal is a way of seeing the self through white fantasies, indeterminate concept of native life. Already, the white takes the native for an animal. We read this in Fanon. The Hottentot in the Cape of Good Hope is a strange figure, Jane Coetzee reminds us in white writing. Strange to many an English explorer. The Hottentot is a man as he is an animal, not an original of a civilized man. That was quote is Coetzee speaking. Sure, seeing an animal in the native is a case of a crisis of language. The white writer-explorer finds language to speak authentically of an African landscape. This pastoral explorer lacks a natural or dynamic language, says Jane Coetzee, one in which Africa will naturally express itself, and one in which there is no split between the signified and the signified things and their names, close quote. English merely betrays its important English as a language, its incapacity to say native things absolutely. Now, the question is, what will it take to give native things their requisite names, aside the necessity of natural Adamic language? The reader, by way of Rousseau, will have us witness a typical spectacle of soliciting native things and their names. Rousseau encounters savage girls at play, induced to give their names and their elders real proper names, and then the reader waves in. The mere presence of a foreigner, the mere fact of his having his eyes open, cannot not provoke a violation. Violence appears only at the moment of when intimacy of proper names can be forced to forced entry. And this is possible only at the moment when the space is shaped and reoriented by the glance of the foreigner. The eye of the other calls out the proper names, spells them out, removes the prohibition that covered them. This is original violence in the colonial world. For as long as the native, the savage, keeps to himself his proper names, these names, Derrida will say, constitute native communal integrity. To name, to signify things under duress, that is to say violence, the presence of the invader, then constitutes for the savage native a kind of self-violation. This invader's presence cuts, violates native kinship, not as such. Now, the question that I have to ask Derrida is, what happens though when the foreigner is more than a visitor in general? A settler for himself, by himself. Derrida does not say. Yes, it should matter to us when, with a pure conscience, the settler makes the native land a home for himself, settles in, so that in turn, in reality, the native savage becomes. The settler foreigner, I want to say, has an arc sensorium. For to be a settler is to be at home in the unity for all senses. Mere gazing is insufficient. The white settler, in short, comes to affirm and confirm through unity of white senses the white rumor, hegemonic durable rumor, that the black is an animal man. A rumor in the sense that the settler, Hegel will say, has an indeterminate concept of an animal. For Hegel says the quality of being an animal or a man, in other words, lies not in the concept of the animal as such, but in the contemplation. I'm running out of time. Still, affirming the room of the native's animalness is at times a condition for transforming the native into a man original. For fear of the animal man turning against him, the settler. In fact, a near-white authentic representation of the native is possible, Jane Coetzee says, possible when and only when the African landscape, or what is the similar thing, native life projects the unthought, the grotesque, that which threatens white life in Africa. The coming animal trouble needs no language to represent it in Coetzee. Since violence, the coming trouble, an animal eating a man is authenticity as such. Coetzee may well imply that violence is the concept proper, if the coming trouble is a necessary consequence of cutting native kinship. What do we mean for a concept, or rather, violence to be? A concept that precedes experiential forms of being violated, precisely because of this necessary consequence of the nature or the black always being through or subjected to a future violence, as we've seen with America. It's going to happen again, probably. I do not know. Derrida may well be thinking here. Derrida may well be thinking Hegel here. Let's just remember. Derrida may well note the fact of animality of the spirit, the condition of being violent, a precondition of possibility of self-consciousness. Well, actually, I'm jumping. Sorry. Give me more time, please.
We'll give you more time.
Thank you. Perhaps a robust path of thinking the man, animal, and native violence as a concept is to think a possible moment of sacrifice. A man sacrificing an animal rather than merely transforming the animal into a man original. Derrida is aware of this in The Sacrifice. He asks famously, what happens to the fraternity of brothers when an animal enters the scene? Or conversely, what happens to an animal when one brother comes after another? When Abel is after Cain, who is after Abel? Or when the son is after his father? What happens to animals related or not to the heirs on Mount Moriah? Good. At stake, there seems to say is animal life, animal sacrifice, animal suffering, as a condition of friendship or unity between brothers, between the son and the father. Derrida may well be thinking Hegel here, that's the same way. Derrida may well note the fact of animality of the spirit as a condition of being violent, a precondition of possibility of self-consciousness. Cain, unconscious of universality, unconscious of his freedom, must necessarily kill Abel. Sacrificing his animalness, since Abel has become a rational will, conscious of his freedom, one with a self-conscious spirit, and Yahweh who wills his own will. The self-conscious spirit, by way of reason, wills all this, a brother after an animal, a brother after a brother who's after an animal. If Derrida, by way of animal suffering, and possibly through Hegel, has a record perverse Jewish relationships, what would Derrida say of the roaming ram, the black animal in the eyes of the white, roaming South African landscape? What happens to the animal when the animal is part of little white quarrel, the Anglo-Boer War. The 19th century Anglo-liberalism has an answer. You ought to sacrifice the animal man, absolutely, at all. In short, you're violently banishing from life as such and then do anything to what is left of you. You commoditize, fetishize the animal man, civilize him through the dignity of cheap labor, basically making an ass, the modern day slave, if you will. And at times, killer, if he's unhappy with the deal, his exchange value. Given a chance, though, Anglo-whiteness could kill itself instead of the native. Lest we forget, in Britain, 19th century capitalism reaches a crisis of profitability, creating an unemployed here, a homeless there, creating, in short, a surplus white, risking the possibility of English civil war. The surplus white could kill another white liberal, saying it would be a waste to kill a being with freedom drive, freedom value. That is weakness as such. Hence, the Anglo-liberalism sails to South Africa, quarrels with his brother, originary Broeder Bond, lately only to suggest they will build a new nation together. To which suggestion the Broeder Bond was Albert identity. Let me skip this, some section that I'm running out of time. The point here is, the little white quarrel leads to an idea of a perfect state, a nation state. But, thank you. The white state is far from perfect. So the OG, the white OG, celebrating in 1909 when they have adopted, I forgot what it's called, it's somewhere in my papers here. Of course, this orgy has to continue for the memory of the dying animal man confronts the white cult. It suspects of a botched sacrifice, having sacrificed the animal black. The animal man not dying. He takes his suspicion seriously. Justified for England, the animal never dies, speculates, but how? In the manner that he has not language. The animal for paternity is nothing, has no capacity of self-consciousness, a capacity to think its future disappearance. Nothing dies if all know nothing about it. The animal pattern may well be saying is never a ghost, affirming its value. If I retell here, I'm merely sure that the possibility of black never dying is a condition of a permanent white origin, the necessity to sacrifice the black over and over again to perfect the white state, white life itself. Okay. There are certain things that I have to leave out, except that I need to read this last page.
You must conclude.
Yeah. I want to conclude with the problem of eating meat. Basically, at stake is the relation between a black and a means of violence and its significance. The destroying of white things, animals, the beginning of undoing whiteness itself. Although the act of spilling animal blood, a sacrificial goat, for example, is all familiar to many black, appeasing the gods of wizardry and new leaf life. The Union black will not eat a white dog after killing it. You might not follow because I've skipped certain things. Basically, dogs, so-called native dogs, are discriminated against in colonies, such that dogs become differentiated. Some dogs live in certain ways, different from those of what we call white dogs, which leads to black labeling the white dog as snobbish, basically being jealous of what he eats because he eats with fork and knife. We learned this in Eskian Pacha's story, the famous story. If you want to understand why liberalism, you read the story. Now, because the black is jealous of this state of affairs, he wants to kill the dog so that he can get to the whiteness as such. Although the act, okay, as I said, Lambert will not eat white dog if he were to kill one. and we will forgive him for not eating meat, then Mbele must do all he can not to have a dog in his body, since he says he is not a dog. Yes, to do away with an animal inside, one must sacrifice the animal, basically what is useful, and not eat its meat. In short, killing and eating dog meat may well be tantamount to eating the dog proper, but preserving one's dog likeness. It's possible that we are all dogs, I don't know. So, what kinds of animal meat will Lembele eat? Lembele is quiet on this point. Lembele talks meat in general, meat in the abstract, betraying the idea of meat as possibly indifferent, in a similar way that Hegel thinks the idea of freedom is indifferent. It may be that Lembele wants the type of meat whose bones a native dog lives on the remnant. Still, Lembele will resist the dog's ways of eating meat. He will not want to look like a dog, as I say. This, of course, is far from saying that the native has not the skill to eat meat properly. Although this is the case if you appeal towards standards to judge native dogs' bones crushing behavior. You will recall that native dogs never use a fork and knife. Lembele will resist dog ways of eating meat for one reason, and possibly one reason only. Dogs have not the capacity to ask where the meat they are eating comes from. Basically, dogs have no capacity to be vegetarians. To stress this point in short, as I say, is to say the dog has no idea of the meat that they are eating. Now, what should happen when the black sees meat? Any type of meat, I ask. What happens to this meat? Let me conclude. Already you will recall, Lembele comes on youth who will not live like beasts, those who can negate their animality. Lembele, in short, may well be asking youth who can sense the beauty of eating as ethics in politics. In reality, can blacks in the union sense beauty in eating? I will not answer this question. Can they? Can they sense the beauty of eating? I do not know. Lembele may well be asking too much of black youth. I do not know. Still, it is worth the trouble to follow Lembele's allegory of reading the national. That the black violating white dogs and not eating their meat is the black becoming a national of recuperating memory. After all, to create a black to colonize the native is to steal or destroy his animals. Becoming a black national is less to get back at the white crime of stealing, destroying, discriminating against native and native animals. Less so than to critique, to vandalize white glory as such. The mere presence of whiteness in the union, the originary violation of native life, the creation of the black. Let me end there. Thanks.
And we'll go right to our last speaker, which is Pushani.
Can people hear me?
No. Try to press it on.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so I'm going to give a very different kind of presentation. And I think just to start by saying that rather than asking ourselves the question as it has been posed, how to use the past politically, I want to encourage us rather to begin by thinking about the past as common, or encouraging us to start remembering the past as common. Because if I think about it, the past is constantly being mobilized politically. Everyone from Helen Ziller to Julius Malema to First National Bank in their attempts to win over individuals to particular ways of thinking, living, and acting politically. And I think each mobilizes an idea of the past that it hopes will appeal to the affective ties established in relation to the liberation movement and the struggle against apartheid. In these appeals, I think various mythologies of the movement and struggle are played to or called on. The Freedom Charter, Mandela as Messiah, the National Democratic Revolution. But I think as yesterday's afternoon discussion and Jill's comments this morning began to suggest, the effectiveness of such mobilizations are increasingly, or we need to think increasingly about them in relation or in generational terms. And I also have a story like John had yesterday, where I teach a second year class, organizations, movements, and change. And I introduced the idea of the Freedom Charter, I circulated a copy of the Freedom Charter, and I started telling the story of the Congress of the People. And the first reaction from students was cope. And that was their link to an idea of the Freedom Charter, and well, they didn't know about the Freedom Charter, but to this introduction of the Congress of the People. I think similarly within the alliance, we could see remobilizations or we could think generationally in relation to some of the changes in terms of the ways in which these, what I'm calling mythologies, are mobilized. So, for example, at a recent book launch of the EFF held at the Great Hall, Malema went on for a long time reclaiming Mandela as a militant. And I think similarly, just the economic freedom fighters holding up the idea of economic freedom and arguing that they are the true bearer of the second stage of the National Democratic Revolution also speaks to this. So I think increasingly it's important for us to think about the past and its mobilization in the present in generational terms. To borrow from Derrida's 1994 Spectres of Marx, for us to shape a politics of memory, inheritance, and generations. And I want to just read what he says in Spectres of Marx. I think he's trying to confront the question of how to live. He encourages us to live with ghosts. And he writes, the time of learning to live, the time without tutelary present, would amount to this: to learn to live with ghosts, in the upkeep, the conversation, the company, or the companionship, in the commerce without commerce of ghosts, to live otherwise and better. No, not better, but more justly, but with them. No being with the other, no socius without this with that makes being with in general more enigmatic than ever was. And this being with spectres would also be not only, but also a politics of memory, of inheritance, and of generations. And I want us to think about what this would mean for us in South Africa today. I think if we return to the question of changing affective relations to the ideas of the liberation movement and the struggle against apartheid, and try to understand these changes over time. I think I disagree a little bit with Bishop's point this morning that the ANC was hegemonic in the period of the 1980s. And perhaps this is my own mythology, and I'm open to criticism in the session afterwards. But I would argue that the character of the struggle against apartheid was such that it produced and was sustained by a sense that every person could be a part of and could contribute to its shaping and success. And an imagination among ordinary people that their participation was not merely possible, but even necessary in the making of a politics that placed power in their hands. While the memory of leaders such as Biko, Mandela, Sobukwe, and Tambo served to produce shared histories of and inspiration for struggle, it was in the everyday that the imagination of the political developed, both at the level of the individual and collective, an imagination that saw the active participation of ordinary people in decisions affecting their lives, both in the struggle against apartheid and for the time after its defeat. Sorry. Okay, so sorry. So I think just in going forward with this attempt to understand the generational differences that I'm speaking about, I think we also need to return to the ways in which the 1990s became a period in which the past, the history of the liberation movement started to be written up in particular ways to serve the ends of the Congress movement. And there were several omissions, exclusions, neglects, or there are several omissions, exclusions, neglects in the history that has come to be the dominant one. And I think the past has been written as the history of a struggle in the name of the leader and the big man, party and the organization. And I think in both popular and academic discourse, we have seen the production of a linear, single, homogeneous, uncontested, uninterrupted narrative of the struggle and the movement against apartheid. In doing this, I think we have lost much of the richness of a past of struggle that was not lived simply, neatly, easily, without contradiction, without struggle over thought itself. And I would love to be able to know more about the debates and fights on the United Democratic Front, for example, over democracy. And also just being forced to teach again, being in the classroom again, I had to deal with my own, or try to overcome my own ideological production. And I've gone back to documents of that period of the 1980s and tried to see whether a lot of what I have made part of my own narrative that's coming from the Congress tradition does actually appear in some of these documents. So I want to just read one as an example of what I'm talking about. Murphy Morobe, in his position as acting publicity secretary of the United Democratic Front in May 1987, released a pamphlet. I'm just going to read a little bit from it. He writes, the creation of democratic means is for us as important as having democratic goals as our objective. Too often, models of a future democratic South Africa are put forward which bear no relation to existing organizations, practices, and traditions of political struggle in this country. What is possible in the future depends on what we are able to create and sustain now. A democratic South Africa will not be fashioned only after transference of political power to the majority has taken place, nor will it be drawn up according to blueprints and plans that are the products of conferences and seminars. The creation of a democratic South Africa can only become a reality with the participation of millions of South Africans in the process, a process which has already begun in the townships, factories, and schools of our land. I have argued that Parliament and its related structures are not the starting point for a movement towards democracy in South Africa, because of one, their basic illegitimacy, two, their lack of real political power, and three, the narrow confines of the political debate that takes place within these structures, which more often than not runs counter to and opposes the political debate that is going on at broader levels. In addition, not only are we opposed to the present Parliament because we are excluded, but because parliamentary type representation in itself represents a very limited and narrow idea of democracy. Millions of South Africans have for decades not only been denied political representation, but have also been oppressed and exploited. Our democratic aim, therefore, is control over every aspect of our lives, and not just the right, important as it is, to vote for central government every 4 to 5 years. When we speak of majority rule, we do not mean that black faces will simply replace white faces in Parliament. A democratic solution in South Africa involves all South Africans, and in particular the working class, having control over all areas of daily existence, from national policy to housing, etc. And he goes on to say, this understanding of democracy tends to be fundamentally different from the various abstract constitutional models which tend to be put forward as solutions. I'm not going to read more of it, but I think you get the sense of what I'm trying to show. Okay, so I think that there was much in the liberation movement that was contested, that was fought over. And as I said before, a lot excluded in the writing up of that past, of the history that's become dominant and celebrated. So there's much that has been lost in the need to present or represent a single program, a single vision, an uninterrupted story, in our need to claim history in defense of ourselves, to say we were right and I was responsible for the good and not the bad. In returning to the past as common, I think I want to suggest lies our present and our future. In returning to the past as common, I want to make two simple suggestions. A little while ago, between 2002 and 2005, Ahmed and I wrote up our experiences in the anti-privatization forum in a little piece called Remembering Movements. And there we returned to Toni Morrison's use or coining of the word rememory. And Toni Morrison uses this word in her novel Beloved to reflect or to rewrite the history of slavery in the form of the novel. But the idea of rememory, I think, reflects or refers to this idea that we cannot write or make our pasts without also considering affect, considering the ways in which our own individual relationships to the processes, the events, and so on that we are both part of and try to reflect on cannot be denied. So we need to also write our own affective relations to the processes, events, and so on that we're studying. So not just silence affect. And I think also to look rather for silences in the text. Its exclusions, its omissions, what we did not do, what we could not do, what we were forced to do. So I think I want to suggest that we need to start thinking towards a practice of rememory in our trying to think the past as common. And I think in relation to that also, I'm almost done, in relation to this idea of memory, what happened in our own experience of trying to fulfill that project was that we began our research in very traditional ways, particularly with the interview method. And we found that as we were setting out to interview our own comrades and so on that we'd been involved in, we couldn't maintain that kind of distance required of the interview method. And rather we turned to a conversation as method, where we didn't silence ourselves, we allowed debate to happen and then reflected after the fact on it. So I think this idea of conversation as method is also something important for us to think about. And a little later, in 2008, reading through a text by two autonomous thinkers, Casarino and Antonio Negri, I also came across this idea of conversation as method. And we're thinking through the idea of conversation as method in relation to the common. So I want to just read a little piece in closing from their work. Okay. So they write, for the common is that which is always at stake in any conversation. The common is that which is always at stake in any conversation. There where a conversation takes place, there the common expresses itself. There where we are in common, there and only there is a conversation possible. Conversation is the language of the common. Okay, and so I just want to end there by saying that I think, in thinking of the past as common then, past, present, and future are produced in conversations that do not seek to win over or to bring to a particular point or to shape in the image of, but that seek to remember what came before in relation to the experiences of the present, as well as the possibilities and potentials of a future. And finally, I just want to say thank you to all of you in the room, because I think what we're doing in this space is precisely what I'm talking about, the idea of fashioning a common and rethinking the past as common.
So we're gonna do the same process as before. So I'll take hands. Here's Dimitri, Andre, and come at the end, right? Okay.
Thank you. Hussein, thank you for that interesting input. Same to Gabriel and Kishan. For the three of you, if we accept that the black body is a criminal spot, and we can realize that through Fanon or through Meda or through whoever, and try to see that every time we try to make sense of the black body, we find colonialism operating in various forms, including capitalism and other structural forces. If that is true, what are the redemptive possibilities of the black body, and what are we seeking to redeem? Who is this black body, and who are we trying to save here? Who is this liberation for? And where is that body coming from? Who's constructing that body as we speak right now? So I'm saying in one sense, yes, we can all analyze the conditions of the formation of this black body. We can do that endlessly. However, the question becomes today, what are the redemptive possibilities? So this is my question to all of you. To Gabriel, I'm trying to make sense of how does the black body change shapes, shapes from animality to an ontology in terms of metaphysics of its being? Is the black body not as an animal, a true metaphysical being, or does that disappear as when it assumes an animal form? So where can we replace the black body within this animal human distinction, or does the black body move in between, given certain historical conditions? And lastly, for Krishna, I'm not sure if the art of conversation is, I don't know if you are common people, or I don't know who's common here. But I've been reading a book on the art of conversation in 18th century France, where this art of conversation, knowledge production, so conversation activity, is basically among the intellectuals, among the elite. So what kind of language do so-called common people, whoever they are they engaging in conversation, or are they engaging in consumption of media? And if so, those of us who converse as a mode of expression, not consuming ideas, how do we converse with them when they consume ideas as opposed to conversing and expressing and exploring ideas? So I'm saying to you that let's see what are the dynamics of so-called conversation, communication, consumption of ideas, and what are the spaces where the true conversation can emerge in our interactions.
Hi. I would like you to think along with me about this particular triangulation. Luise's point that all blacks are permanent juniors. My interpretation of Krishani's point about 1980, the power to shape one's life as a black person is in one's own hands. And Luise's point about loving is to give yourself. That's the triangulation that I want to make. And as a child of apartheid, I grew up with the notion that all black people are, and lived with the notion that all black people are robbed of their childhood, and so are born into a world in which, for black people, is a world of permanent adulthood, not of junior. And I'm thinking here, I'm trying to work with this intergenerational notion as well. So that is the generational-based knowledge, right? That all black people are born into a world of permanent adulthood. And so my question about loving and about giving yourself, right? Does the junior know how to love politically? Is my question. If loving is a process of learning, one learns loving through adulthood. And if, as in many of our local family and community contexts, youth are not allowed to have conversations with elders, are not allowed to ask questions of elders. And until today, in my first year class, in the 21st century, students come to me and say to me, well, we are not used to asking questions to people with silver hair. If that is part of our landscape, and I'm sorry, it's my turn. If that is part of our landscape, how do we make conversation a method?
and to Mbuiseni. It was about loving, being about giving oneself. One also has to know when not to give yourself in that process of loving. Because it can't just be about a romantic kind of mode of giving. It has to be about learning to give with finesse and learning to give with sagacity, learning to give from a place of wisdom. And if black people are, all black people are permanent juniors, where the hell is the place of wisdom?
Thank you. My question relates to what I've heard Mbuiseni talking about the situation. He talks of a freedom fighter and it's also at that time. I think it was quite my time, I was in the township. I want to relate this to what we are talking about today in terms of, just to come earlier on, there was this issue of dismantling the parliament. It was not saying that exactly, but I'm sure you remember, like saying what we have now as a parliament, dismantling it. I mean, I'm talking it because you said you're the leader of EFF. I want to go there and say, that state, what we're talking about, some of my experience is that because we were not in any form of governance, we were not in any form of influencing governments at the time. We're fighting that we're a majority that is outside the politics of governance. So there was a suppression. And the situation you're talking about was among the people who were suppressed. And then it was in townships, as you're exactly reflecting. Now, what was also happening there was this kind of justice when, as you're talking of a Tsotsi and a freedom fighter, things were happening. There was a lot of crime factor going on there. The criminal justice was not respected by the people who were living in those areas, but there had to be a justice in any way. So the justice was among the people. I remember there were concept of street committees, whereby we sit down as a community and decide your fate. Sometimes you're accused of stealing something, and then we go to you. And there was this necklacing kind of judgmental sentence, whereby you also be banned because that is how we interpreted these things. We were, in other words, we were undermining what the state was there, undermining our existence, but through the implementation of our own street justice. This is how it was going on. And it was going on, and it was difficult to say it's wrong or right. One thing I remember when we didn't want to buy at the shops, the big shops, because it was the white capitalist business. So I wanted to make a statement. There was this Black Christmas thing. I'm trying to bring these things all together. To me, what it reflects there, it was that sort of a justice which was an alternative to the criminal justice which was going on. Now, after 1994, we come to a situation where we say, we are now part of the system. We are part of the parliament that we are constructing, we are going to it, we are putting people there, we want them to effect the laws so that we are in the ownership of that now, justice in its entirety so that we participate on it. However, seemingly, things didn't go accordingly. Things didn't go to the way we want them. Now, our decision might be that we are now dismantling that concept. We are trying to say, this parliament is not working for us. And as it is not working for us, then we are coming with a system that we are going to undermine that. Now, my question is, how backward can we go with that? How can we go back to those situations? Because many results were there. We're saying people would be banned through this. Amongst ourselves, we really sometimes so that they don't do that anymore. I'm trying to find out, are we on the right course today on what we're doing? Aren't we actually deducting things that we have acquired in a very difficult situation as black people, bringing ourselves to come to be part of the system that is supposed to go on? Because I'm sure they're responsible. It's not the ANC that is responsible. It's us who brings the ANC to a responsibility. It's not the one president who is not responsible. Therefore, the system should be planned with. That is my first concern. Because once we take a responsibility of being a political movement, there is a question that you must always answer. But just before I finish, I go to your input, Krishan, when you're talking about really these institutions, you touched a little bit about. I think you're talking about the democratic institutions. This is what I'm worried about, in my view, to say, in an African situation, okay, black to use the term, how do we interpret that? Because yesterday, we also talked, or earlier on, there are theories that are coming, nationalism, there is this fascism that I'm hearing, and there is this populist kind of a thing. So when we come to this situation, as black people, when we come to this system, because I'm assuming, as I was listening yesterday, they are not even from us. There are some things that they are derived from somewhere else, but we are making living through them. So how far can we trust these theories in terms of maintaining and being responsible for those systems?
My name is Taban, I'm a student here. Question for Gabriel and Hussein. Gabriel, you spoke about the white funds. Could you elaborate on how you imagine the destruction of white funds? That's what you said, destruction. And then from Hussein, that love is basically about giving oneself. Could you say something about the problem of unrequited love?
Sorry?
Unrequited
Good. And I think the last was Comna, and then I'll ask the speaker.
Yeah, theology and veganism are two I love when you turn Jehovah's I am, therefore I am, into Hegel's great statement of freedom, the free will willing itself. I laughed inappropriately, but that was really good. I really enjoyed it. But I wanted to, your notion that Hegel thinks that freedom is indeterminate. I think you're relying on the phenomenology there, and you are, I think that the kind of freedom which Hegel understands as indeterminate is liberal freedom. Freedom from determinacy, freedom from unwanted interaction, freedom from authority. He wants to show that when pushed to its extreme point in the French Revolution, it produces chaos, nothing determined. Freedom for Hegel is starting with indeterminacy, generating a content, giving oneself one's own rules, free will willing itself, giving itself a content not separate from it, but its own content. And I think that this is actually the entirety of the philosophy of right is meant to be the imminent generation of content from just the notion of the free will willing itself. So I would say that actually that gives us a far more Hegel didn't see it as democratic. I would say that the young Marx and Marx throughout his life, I would say that Hegel gives us a notion of freedom which is potentially very richly democratic. It should be, someone were asked before what a left project should be about. I would say that the left project should be about generating our own content collectively, participating in the democratic process, being free wills within our own freedom. And so when Hegel says freedom means recognizing necessity, he's not meaning what Engels took himself. He's not saying, he's saying freedom means recognizing the necessity of norms and rules which we give ourselves. Engels misinterpreted. So I would say that you that I would say that precisely Hegel gives us a freedom which is not bourgeois freedom, as you claim.
Sure. Order I should start. Wissam, you want to start with answering first? Or?
No problem. Yeah, I didn't have time to get into the type of things I'm looking at. I mean, I'm thinking and working as always youth in South Africa. Even in the 1940s, it actually fails to plug into. But if you read Glaser, he says that part of, what they were rejecting about work is that there's nothing adult about being work. About going there to earn. They were rejecting their parents. That's why criminality was the most attractive thing for them. What is to be an adult? You are, and of course, what I'm doing for me there is to escape precisely a sort of conceptions of youth that are applicable in the West, where, the trajectory is you are a child, then you become a youth, then you graduate, you go work, and you've got property, you pay rent or whatever. That type of trajectory is not for us. But what I find attractive is colonization keeps the entire black population in service of the white population, but in a permanent condition of junior in relation to the whites, in relation to the white establishment. You can't be an adult. You are a CN, you are a boy, you are a Macy forever. Even if you are 50, even if you are 70, and so on and so forth. But we can.
Not from the perspective of the person himself.
No, I'm not claiming that. What I'm saying is the process of colonization under the colony, power treats all blacks as juniors. And to fight, to rebel, to the politics that happen against processes of juniorization. Yeah, and I mean, even in the 1970s, late 1970s, 1980s, the generational conflict, you despise the elderly, the black so-called elderly in the township. You despise, the youth despises them. The youth doesn't listen to them. The youth takes on liberation. They don't listen, there's no, I'm an adult and therefore I speak to you. There's no such a thing. It's comrades, in fact, adults, we go to Shibins, we kick the tables because they're sitting here when the township is burning. So those categories, I'm not using them in that sense, really. And then Fanon, like the whole question of a loving subjectivity for Torres' reading of Fanon, what happens is that Fanon comes to a point where he sort of stops crying in The Wretched of the Earth, in Black Skins, White Masks. And the analysis is of the cry, he looks to the brother who's living his neurosis to the extreme. And the gift really is to the brother, to the other slave, to contribute to the coming explosion, that an explosion may come one day. Those are the lines that Torres uses to say that an emancipatory politics will have to engage in that type, and all I have to give, actually, okay, so number one, he rethinks the question of ontology altogether, not as being about perfecting self-mastery or the cogito, but to live is to give oneself and to be accepted as a gift. And that's really what his subjectivity.
there's too much disorder in the township. And I mean, when I talk about the criminal as a one category that the fighter and the liberation fighter and the Tsotsi share, it's not like fixed. They can turn on the other side either way. They can embody both. The criminal can start and go fight liberation, come back and still, terrorize the community and so on and so on. What I'm doing there is to really try and escape readings as well of criminality in the colony as if we're dealing with a normal society, that of legal subjects, subjects who come to the court and explain their actions. Those types of things. So that is really what I am doing. And then, I'm resisting to because I wanted the colloquium to be a blessing where I listen, because I'm really in the middle of, I'm still grappling with what it means openly about my own anxieties. With who? And the scholastic thing that is happening here needs a distance that I don't afford. I'm making an example. I left vets here in a case. Why in Parliament? Why in a case? But it was really a blessing to listen to people talk about the EFF. I mean, now I know that our ideas are out there, because everybody, even if they're discussing divorce, even if they're discussing so that is precisely, it's not for us in the EFF. It's let's I mean, if I could even come with membership forms, category voters, critical people, and so that we have an ear. We want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear your analysis of what we think, what we do, and so on and so forth. And really, for me, that is what I want to do. A time will come when, for me, some actors in the EFF are always at the teeth and neck with academics and scholars. Myself, I'm watching Gwede Mandash, Jeremy Cronin. Those are my people. If they were here, like Vish, if they're here, I shoot. It's political. There's no conviviality with them, unfortunately. For them is look, we are fascist and we must be done away. If it were them, we're going to be shot there in Parliament. In fact, they were planning to shoot us, as you remember. So I'm there. Difficult to talk about the EFF in like I'm gonna get emotional and then and then I start promising people to shoot them like Andy. Now, the last thing is that by the way, that Andy threatens everyone. Vish must, I don't know because Vish must know this, but even in the last tribe of moles, Angela said to me that when the moment comes, as you will not hesitate to pull the trigger, I will not. That's how, in the streets, that's how we critique each other. That's how we talk in the streets. We don't do those nice things and so on and so forth. So I wanted Vish to know that that was a talk, that was the best talk of love ever received. Thank you.
Sure. Let me go at it. Komla, let me start with you, precisely because I think my answer to you will inform the answers that I'm going to give to everybody else. Well, possibly you misheard me, but I take your question seriously. I did not say that Hegel's idea of freedom is indeterminate. What I said is Hegel says freedom is infinite. Okay. Of course, I do take seriously that the possibility that freedom is actually indeterminate, right, is precisely because Hegel seems to think that. Okay, let me rephrase this. The indeterminacy of freedom is not so much in relation to the capacity of the subject realizing that he is free. Hegel makes it clear that that is inevitable, as we see with the development of the West, which has a history. But it is indeterminate in the sense that the future, or rather the future, has both come to an end, but is also beginning. Hence, he's able to incorporate what he calls antagonistic spirits, which happen to be nationalist spirits, massacring each other without knowing that they're actually fulfilling the historical development of the world. That is indeterminate to a large extent. The problem of drawing the white fella, of course, my reading of Hegel is fairly conservative, in the sense that it plays a huge role in the development of capitalism and many other, unless you want to cover that. Right, precisely because of, I mean, Marx has said this, of course, you say Hegel, you're one of them, Komna, Zizek, and related things. It's the materiality of not be discarded. Hence, I want to associate Hegelianism with bourgeois liberalism, which is the very foundation of South Africanness, or the ontology of South Africanness. Now, I mean, if in the case of the liberal foundations of Union of South Africa constitute the white fellas, my saying we can destruct it is not to suggest that whatever we do to it is not going to reproduce the fellas as such. What I'm trying to get at is that there is a possibility that we could engage in what I call the white fellas, in which case we create new forms of life that are bearable to us as what we call black bodies. In other words, I'm not too ambitious to think about such categories as freedom. I think that have actually made our struggles extremely incomprehensible. The point I'm trying to drive at is, how do we read blackness as such? Thinking about race and class this day, my question is, what explanatory value does that debate offer us? And I did hint to that actually, in what ways is the race-class debate an ideology to obfuscate the problems that we have in this country? I guess I'm trying to say race is not blackness. I've made this point at my talk. I'm willing to say the categories that we could use is whiteness and blackness. What is race? Professor Dimitri might, what is race? What does it explain? Blackness explains the world. That's my point. So Windsor, I'm coming to your question in short to say we cannot afford to actually discuss these problems we're having within the race-class problematic, because people actually just appropriate it for their own ends, as we see with white leftist politics and so on and so on. Right. So I'm saying that because blackness as a body is indeterminate insofar as it is always a way of becoming. Now, it is determinate insofar as blackness is constituted by violence. This is not to say blacks are always violated physically all the time. Of course, it happens in townships, it happens at fairs, it happens everywhere, but there are black bodies who are not maybe experiencing the kind of violence that I could experience at a particular point in time. But the fact that there is this thing called violence, which could be impending, right? This leads us to ignite what I call ethics in politics, or becoming ethically, the word that I used at some point, vigilant. Now, the problem of animal man, again, remember that the black is an animal is a determination of white fantasy. The black never says he's an animal, Fanon tells us, except that the black is willing to appropriate the idea of the animal to give certain description to his own condition. Hence he says, look, you know what? Since Christ has never told me how to conduct my life in the world, all I'm going to rely on is my instincts. I mean, he's basically appealing to the idea of the animal. To say, actually, I could act like an animal if I want to. But this is not to say I'm an animal as such. Hence, I'm including Lambert here to speak to this problem of eating, right? What does it mean to eat meat? What does it mean to have a relationship with animals? Because I don't think, it's simply just, I'm willing to even say, I think we have to take care of animals in some way. If you say I'm bordering on whiteness, well, so be it. Here's the point. Look, I'm not saying, okay. I'll probably talk about this problem of animals at some other point. No. When all is said and done, the problem that we're dealing with is the crisis of, we use the word subjectivity. What is subjectivity? We're talking about the self that has an ego, right? If the black's ego is always already disintegrated in a way, why do we have to talk about self-responsibility? Are these categories helping us to move in any direction? We mustn't put ourselves in prison. And I think this will create a possibility of, what it means to create new forms of life for us. I think, the black cannot appropriate Hegelian type of freedom. That's the point. But we do read Hegel. We are Hegelians in that sense.
Thanks, Gabriel. Answer to
I'll
the common
just
question.
try to be very quick and expand what I should have at the end of my presentation. And I think, I hope this will speak to Dimitri and Wenzel's questions, and then I'll take Alfred's very quickly. Okay, so I think I'm not thinking about the common and the conversation as method in romantic terms. I'm thinking about the common as precisely that space in which difference, conflict, the difficulties with confronting what we don't agree about happens. So the rules of conversation would have to start with us agreeing that from the very start, the concepts we use need to be debated, clarified, so on amongst ourselves. But there isn't a single, or there isn't the assumption of a single understanding amongst ourselves of the concept. There isn't a single set of theories, Alfred, to which we must turn in order to make sense of the world. But that we come to each other in struggle or in the everyday, produced by the very system that we want to confront or we want to take on. And in that recognition of ourselves as having been produced by the system we want to take on, we also accept our own constraints, limitations, and so on. But I think where I would differ with others or some of the others in the room would be around the potential for us to overcome those limitations and to produce differently, to produce a world that we in common shape and make together. And that means dealing with what we disagree with and other forms of difference. And I think then, Comrade Alfred, that I hope also speaks to your question around these theories that are not us, but that we turn to. I think partly we also, if we look at our movements, this race-class debate has become the framing of the movement for for reasons I think we need to grapple with, and we have been grappling with throughout the day. But I think that's what I'm trying to get us to return to in our the past as common. That there were there were occlusions or gaps that can be filled in us returning to speak about it in ways that resurface those things that we bury hidden.
Last thing, and then yeah.
No, two points. I'm sorry. Just two things. One is I privilege the picket lines as the most important site for unity, for like genuine forms of. And I think if we were to privilege programs, like here at Verts, for instance, we say that can't increase the fees. Like you can't, like that we agree. Okay, let's go and achieve that. And as we do that, we have had lots of debates about our differences and so on and so forth. But something about debating that I think it's critical to also recapture. Yeah, and I won't go further to EFF, NUMSA, and so on and so forth, because those things of sitting in the boardroom are not that helpful. And then the last thing is, that thing of the return of love, Taban, is precisely okay. That if I give you something, I must get something in return. It's precisely what that mode of living is, to accept that I can, what those people do in the township, and through the you engage them. What were you trying to do? No, we're part of the movement. They were moving around, the comrades that is. They were moving around, and the most important thing, they will hear a story about the most dangerous thing in Sharpeville that others did. They go back to Sasolburg, they want to engage in some dangerous thing. So that you can achieve what? No, we're liberating. And self-dangerous things, it's about freedom, it's about, and it's not freedom in a sense, they, activists on the ground speak in demands. Like they speak in immediate demands, like the right to vote must remove declare. They don't talk in sort of conceptual senses. So I want to explain something about engaging in politics without being obsessed with what is in it for you. Like, in the sense of, and I think that's what I'm trying to elucidate in the explanations of those people, and that what held them from saying society owes them some. That's what the Tsotis do, who were also comrades, that they owe us something. We have been Dallas Zabalaza. You owe us something. We can take the target from the target. We go to the shops from the shops. We start getting in the households and collecting money for ourselves. Rape. It goes. Because somehow they are trapped in a sense of mode of being where I must get something in return. So a loving subjectivity is a sense of it's fine not to that. I'll get a proper way of expressing it. I need to get off the rhetoric of public populism, and then maybe I'll find a proper language for, yeah, I think very much.
I think Nika has a question. I would suggest like it's 17:20, that we continue until 17:30, and then we close.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, well, let's take the last round. And then.
Yeah. So, Nicholas, Dimitri, you have a comment. Is there somebody else?
No.
Okay, those last two.
Thank you. I was just interested in what you said about freedom fighters and criminals sharing the same category. And I must put you as and the EFF in an invidious position. If you recognize that your constituency is potentially criminal, you're now entering into parliament. Are you not seen to? Isn't it not incumbent upon the EFF to, pursue the good of the nation and pursue things like the war on crime, the need to contain crime? And is it how do you deal with that kind of tension within how you recognize your constituency and what your political ambitions also are at the same time? They seem to be
opposing. And I don't know if that is the case. And do you otherwise see the freedom fighters as redemptive of criminals? Is there a need of your engagement on the picket line? Is that almost like an engagement to redeem potential criminals?
And Dimitri, I think you had a comment or a question.
Yeah, I want to return to the gender question here. And when you say I'm wanting to think with you, and with us. So you say.
You want to be an adult. You want to be an adult.
I want us to engage as adults. So you say that is how we talk on the streets. And that for me is a homogenization of Black lived reality. Because that is not necessarily about the way in which the majority of Black women talk on the streets. And the majority of the Black population are women. So who is this we? And how does it relate to the making of a very particular kind of masculinity? And I want to connect this to Gabriel. Is that if that is how we talk on the streets, quote unquote, what does that mean for the forms of Black life? And again, connecting to Gabriel is if the Black as animal is a white fantasy, might the Black as permanently juniorized be a white practice? And then finally, this business about giving of yourself without expecting return. Y'all are not listening.
Yeah, one listening.
This business of giving of yourself without expecting return, yeah? And that these criminals / comrades / freedom fighters are in it not for themselves. This is what you're saying, right?
No.
But if they are in it for making themselves part of being accepted as a particular kind of masculine, then they are in it for themselves.
Thank you, Dimitri. I'm just we have little time left, so if any of you three want to answer, let's make it short and let's continue the discussion after if you want to, right? Informally.
Look, the question of gender haunts my work, rightly so, and the presentation that I made, because the people I am speaking to, majority are men, mainly because of precisely when politics become violent, in most of the cases they privilege men, as Achille says. And that is, but I deal with it in a different way in my work, which I don't have time to do that, but I'll accept that again as a gift, and maybe as something that we can continue talking about. I'm not going to talk about the EFF. I was not presenting the EFF manifesto, and I was not doing that. I have the duty here to deliver a thesis as a student. That is really, and I did warn about this because everything we say now gets used against us. Nick, you should know. I was presenting, it's not the views of the EFF, but in the EFF, there's also no one view per se. There are contestations around race, around class, around forms of organizing, are problems of whether we should have a women's command or not. There are fights in there, very huge. But today I wanted to present this work that I'm busy with there. And Dimitri will, because we don't have time. Yeah, but I appreciate that as an important critique.
Okay, thank you everybody for staying for
so long. Can I? Okay, well, I just want to say this in closing. Of course, I mean, the problem with gender, gender is it's a social science category, right? It comes with, we have not always, what is gender? This is a serious question. What is gender? And who comes with this category, gender? Can it explain what the crisis that we are in? Because what ends up happening is that we end up doing these intersectionality studies, which I think Professor, Jill rejects, right? It makes no sense to keep on saying, oh, I mean, if you talk about gender, race, class, I'm going to talk about my animals. You have to consider those, right? And I'm going to talk about something else. Basically, there's going to be so many categories. And I say, what kind of science is this, right? It takes us nowhere. And I'm saying, right, we have to. This is not to say I don't recognize, in fact, I mean, I'm reminded of the fact that I think we can just point at this. In my saying, the black being an animal is a determination of white fantasy. I am not suggesting that the black has not been reduced to an object through violence, and I made this clear. Right. So it's got materiality, and I mean, this is part of my work. But I'm saying that we've got one thing that I think helped me to explain where we are: the object and the animal. Things are happening here. So I am saying gender, right, is not to be discarded as a descriptive term. Except that I don't think it is useful to offer an explanatory there. It basically, it's one thing. I mean, how do we use concepts, right? Are you? Yeah. The point is. No, I mean, if you use gender right now, we're having a conversation. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not saying people can't use this in daily life, right? But if we're doing serious intellectual work, we must consider what gender is. Does it offer explanatory? Does it have an explanatory structure? This is the question that we must confront.
Okay. With that very I want to thank everyone for what has been, for me at least, a really wonderful day. I want to make clear that for us, the common is not about sameness. It's not about the idea that everyone has to agree. But as perhaps Prashant has also pointed to, it's precisely about what we create out of conversation. And I think that at the very least, we're going away with a lot of questions that we've constructed together. And hopefully we carry on walking together as we try and answer those questions. And if anyone hears a bit of Zapatista in that, it was intentional. I want to thank all the speakers, and I'm not going to go through each one of you individually, but I think both yesterday and today we've had a very, very rich set of inputs that I think will inform a whole range of us as we think about how to move forward politically. And I suspect that in indirect ways, the representatives of the movements that we were talking about will take some of these ideas in one way or another back into their struggles. What's more though, and I think this was an important point that Museni left us with, that the form of unity that we're going to build to be really meaningful is ultimately going to be built not on the pickets but on the barricades. And so on that note, I hope you will keep coming to Tribe of Moles events, as well as translating what you might think about and speak about here into actual practical action. All right, have a great weekend. Oh, one last thing. Tomorrow, Jill is speaking at CISA at 1 p.m. So please attend this lecture. It's going to, particularly for those of you who also have an interest in subaltern studies, Jill is going to be directly engaging with Chatterjee's most recent work around under the title Politics of the Government and Lineages of Political Society. All right, guys.
Can I just say a vote of thanks to the moles?
All